Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the February 9th, 2022 Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. My name is Lori Walmsley, and I'm the chair of the meeting today, and I will call the meeting to order. Jennifer, can you please do roll call? I think you might have a couple of announcements before we get started, but if you could do those announcements and then take roll call, please.
Certainly. Good morning, everyone. So Dr. Gandhi is at the Senate this morning for a pharmacy bill that's being introduced. I'll be taking roll call. I did want to note Dr. Gandhi's Executive Director Report, Agenda Item 35A1, resignation of board member Nick Goodman. We appreciate his service to this board. I wanted to just mention that as I won't be calling his name during roll call. Finally, we're using a voice to transcription functionality in Zoom. So if speakers could please state your name prior to speaking, that would be helpful. Ms. Walmsley, are you ready for the roll call?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Solari.
Present, ma'am.
Mr. Dang.
Present.
Mr. Minkus.
Here.
Mr. Leyba.
Good morning, here.
Ms. Lahan.
Present.
Ms. Walmsley.
Here.
Mr. Tong.
Present.
Ms. Snare.
Here.
Thank you. All are accounted for.
Thank you, Jennifer. And can you please do conflicts of interest, please?
Yes. Do any board members have conflicts of interest? And if so, would you please state them? Starting with Mr. Solari.
None, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Dang.
None.
Mr. Minkus.
None.
Mr. Leyba.
I had 18B, 30A, and 30F, and I have submitted those.
Thank you. Ms. Lahan.
My conflicts of interest have been submitted prior to the meeting in written form. Is that
Thank
fine?
you. Ms. Walmsley.
My conflicts of interest have been submitted prior to the meeting in writing. Thank you.
Mr. Tong.
I have none. Thank you.
And Ms. Snare.
None.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Again, if Mr. Goodman's out there watching, thank you so much to your service to the board and to the citizens of Arizona. It's been great working with you, and we really appreciate the dedication and time that you put into our board. We'd be definitely remiss if we didn't say that again. So thank you, Mr. Goodman. We appreciate you. Board members, we are going to jump way out of order this morning. I'm going to keep things interesting today. I'm going to direct you to item 35A7 in Dr. Gandhi's report. So we're going to jump down to the bills. There's a time-sensitive issue in here that we need to address. Particularly, we're going to talk about Senate Bill 1016. As Jennifer mentioned, Dr. Gandhi is at the Senate Health and House Health Committee this morning. Senate Bill 1016 is up for hearing this morning, and due to the urgent action, that hearing is actually already begun at the Senate today. Due to the urgent nature of the bill, I did direct Dr. Gandhi to testify in opposition yesterday because the negotiations fell through with the bill author. So we're going to talk about this bill here just briefly. So Senate Bill 1016 removes the right for a pharmacist to refuse to fill a prescription for an off-label COVID-19 therapy during a public health emergency. The reason that I directed Dr. Gandhi to testify in opposition of this is for my concern with public safety. We all on this phone know that there are a number of prescriptions that, if written inappropriately, could potentially cause patient harm. And there aren't any carve-outs in this current language that would allow for the pharmacist to act in the best judgment of the patient if there were some sort of clinical conflict with the prescription. So I did direct him to go ahead and testify in opposition with this, but I did want to raise this first thing this morning. I wasn't sure if we would have time to get to it before he would have to sign in, but I did want to give all of the board members the opportunity to talk about this and to give your opinion. And if the group feels differently, we can certainly reach out to Dr. Gandhi while he's still at the Senate. So I'll open it up to discussion, but this was timely. So Dr. Gandhi and I used the delegated authority that you all gave the two of us to discuss this bill to take a position in between meetings. But I'll open it up from there for discussion.
I'm willing to share my thoughts if I may.
Thank you, Dr. Solari.
I agree with you. This goes hand in hand with the other bill that I found problematic, and that's, let me find it here. Senate Bill 1413, which is on page 6798. And that also kind of causes some.
Dr. Solari, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, this is the bill that says pharmacists have to basically fill all prescriptions, and the only exception it makes is for abortion issues. And so they both have to be opposed. And if they can't be opposed, then pharmacists need some kind of a liability should they fill a prescription, and some kind of immunity should they fill a prescription, and then the outcome becomes tragic. So I agree with you and Dr. Gandhi, and I'm glad you guys took the initiative to go after this thing before it got out of hand.
Thank you, Dr. Solari. Board members,
Ms.
any additional
Walmsley,
discussion? Yes.
I think that this goes against what's essentially the heart of being a pharmacist, which is the patient safety. And they're specifically trained for this purpose. This is why there's a human involved in the process of filling prescriptions, because judgment, training, and knowledge of understanding of how medications work is how pharmacists are able to keep people safe. So it goes completely against that.
Thank you, Ms. Nair. Additional thoughts?
Madam Chair, this is Cedar.
Thank
I
you.
agree with everything that's been said. I believe that the professional judgment on the part of the pharmacy is going to be key in keeping the public safe. And, you know, in experience on the bench, I really think that we need to have that, and the pharmacists need to be able to use the training that they have and their professional judgment to keep the public safe. And I believe it may cause an ethical and moral dilemma for the pharmacist as far as, you know, do they fill the prescription that they feel may not be safe, or do they follow the law? And I don't believe that in public safety that the pharmacist should be put in that kind of position.
Thank you, Ms. Lahan. Board members, any additional thoughts?
You need a motion of any sort?
I would like a motion on how we'd like to direct Dr. Gandhi, specifically on Senate Bill 1016. We'll come back to the others, and I think we'll probably have additional discussion on 1413, but I would like direction on what we'd like to do with this bill in particular for Dr. Gandhi, so that staff can get over to him and make sure that he can confirm my what I believe is the group's opinion.
So Solari speaking, I'd like to make a motion to oppose Senate Bill 1016 on the grounds that we've kind of discussed as far as taking away professional judgment, and that's why the profession exists and not in the best interest of the patient.
Second.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr. Leba.
perhaps we add something in there too for him to be able to engage in negotiations with stakeholders to maybe refine the language in there. I know it didn't work apparently the first pass, but maybe as we continue, that could be something that could be added as well.
That's a good suggestion, Dr. Leba.
Solari speaking, I'd like to amend my motion to authorize Dr. Gandhi to negotiate with stakeholders to come up with some reasonable resolution to this bill, in addition to opposing it at this point.
Ms. Nair, does your second stand?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a motion by Dr. Solari, a second by Ms. Nair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Jennifer, can somebody get with Dr. Gandhi and let him know that we discussed this item and what the result of the discussion was, please?
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Sorry to go out of order, guys, but I thought it was very important that we discussed this first thing this morning. So thanks for your patience and willingness to be flexible today. As Jennifer mentioned, we'll jump to item 3, the meeting minutes. As Jennifer mentioned, we are using a slightly different system. We did lose our minutes taker. So the minutes do look a little bit different. For the meantime, the recording is going to serve as the minutes. The staff is continuing to work through some additional potential solutions, but we may not have written minutes moving forward in the book, at least for the time being. Do I have any discussion on the minutes for either the September 25th and 26th meeting or the March 24th and 25th corrected minutes? Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
on the and maybe I'm confused, but on the September 25th, it still has the incorrect board members listed and position, officer position. (3A).
I thought this was a correction to old minutes from actually the September of 2019 or whenever it was, not last meeting.
That is correct.
Okay.
The September minutes are from 2019.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you
Yeah.
for pointing that out. So they're both corrected minutes.
Yeah.
Do I have a motion?
Solari speaking. I'll make a motion to accept both corrected minutes as indicated.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Moving on to consent agenda complaints, item number 4. Board members, I'm going to pull 4R for a slight discussion, just clarification really on what the suggestion was from the complaint committee, but are there any other items that board members would wish to pull for further discussion?
Madam Chair, I have a few, if I may.
Sure.
For A Alpha, for B Bravo, for J Juliet.
Hang on one second. Wait, slow down. I'm writing for AA, for AB, for A.
J Juliet,
Okay.
for P Papa,
Okay.
for R Romeo, which you also pulled,
Okay.
for S Sierra, for W Whiskey, and for X X-ray.
Okay. Any additional from other board members? Okay, let's take for AP, taking them in order.
That was for what?
P is in Paul. Correct, Mo?
No, we had A, B, and J before that.
I thought you wanted AA and AB.
For A Alpha.
Okay.
For B Bravo.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Okay, 4A then.
Okay. So the reason I brought up 4A was there was several issues here, and I disagreed with the advisory letter to permit holder. The pharmacist, there was an allegation that they were allowing nurses to administer under the order of a pharmacist. The pharmacist on the day that the order was placed in wasn't even working. Then it was discovered that the administration records were verified by intern, and then the intern licensed as a pharmacist. The intern is also licensed as a pharmacist immunizer, as well as a verifying pharmacist on the immunization report. Then the thing that also always bothers me is when we request a response and nobody actually provides a response. And so there were several allegations in here, and I thought advisory letter to permit holder was not the appropriate thing to do here. I wanted a conference.
Committee members, does anybody want to weigh in on our discussion with this one?
Madam Chair, further in the meeting, did we have a conference on one of these similar type?
We did.
And
Yeah. I was going to bring that up.
that might be where we, learn more about some of these others as well.
4T is the one that's very similar. I was going to save that as a last resort if I had to bring it up. But 4T is the same company doing the same thing at a different store. And in that case, we recommended a conference. But in this case, with this store for the same company, we recommended an advisory letter. And so I thought that was inconsistent and we needed to address that. And so to me, both should be a conference.
I would be okay with that. This is Lori, sorry.
So should I make a motion at this point to
Is
go
there
to
is there any further discussion on it? Dr. Solari, if you'd like to make a motion, go ahead.
May I make a motion to change the recommendation for 4A, complaint 4A, from advisory letter to permit holder to conference, please?
Madam Chair, can we just get some clarification as to who Dr. Solari would like as part of the conference?
The PIC and any district management types that want to show up. I think the PIC should certainly be there. I would like to see, if possible, we have no authority over the nurse who made the allegations, but if the person who made the allegations can be invited and she wants to attend, great, he or she. And then Lisa Keithy, the pharmacist involved, should also be invited, in my opinion.
Madam Chair, I felt that the allegations were proven not to be accurate by the nurse. There were some other in there, and that's why I'm still in favor of the advisory letter, but those allegations were cleared up in the statement. And then the other thing maybe board staff could answer is, I do see responses in there, but it says that there wasn't a response. Is that accurate?
I didn't see a response from the permit holder. There are responses from the individuals, but it says the permit holder was not did not give a response.
Yeah, it looks like just the pharmacist responded.
I think the reason why we went with a different recommendation with this one, Dr. Solari, is we felt like it was a record keeping issue. The wrong person was indicated that as the administering person on the record. The pharmacist was ordering the vaccine. They weren't necessarily supervising the nurse. So we felt like the main issue here was record keeping, if I recall our conversations correctly. Kristen or Joe, if you could clarify that.
No, you're right.
That sounds right.
But can a pharmacist order a nurse to give a vaccine?
Pharmacist can order it. The nurse can independently administer the vaccine.
Administer it.
Okay, very well. Then there was no second, so I guess I'll withdraw my my objection or my motion.
Ms. Walmsley, this is Sharon Richardson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to speak in earlier, but it wasn't working for me. I just wanted to confirm that, yes, I did request a response from both the pharmacist and the permit holder. The pharmacist responded, the permit holder did not.
Thank you.
And in terms of the allegations, that is correct, that I was able to observe the process of the QR code scanning. So none of that seemed to be an issue. However, to Mr. Solari's point, a pharmacist cannot order an immunization for a nurse to administer. That would only be for somebody that a pharmacist can supervise, which is not a nurse. So the practice would be, if a nurse is administering, it would be on the prescription of a prescriber and done independently that way.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think that the PrEP Act allows the pharmacist to order it. Under normal circumstances, yes, but under the PrEP Act, I believe that that is not the case. It doesn't allow pharmacists to supervise a nurse, but it allows a pharmacist to order the vaccine independently.
That's my interpretation as well. And the other option, the other item on it where I'm still fuzzy, and we will hear about it in later down in another case at the next meeting, will be their stance on who is doing the supervision. To my knowledge and what I'm looking at, it appears that they have their own supervision structure through the Board of Nursing, and it is not linked to the pharmacist. But I want to ask those questions at the conference next meeting.
So I just want to make sure I understand. The conference you're referring to, Dr. Leyba, is the 4T conference, not this conference.
That's right, because I felt like this one was more records. Further down, I wanted to have it cleared up. We're going to learn about it further down as well. That was kind of my logic on it, Mo.
Okay.
And the difference too between 4T is there was other vaccines allowed that were administered by the nurse that were ordered by the pharmacist that were not appropriate, that were things that were not necessarily included within the PrEP Act. So there were some subtle differences when we looked at it and discussed it.
Very well, thank you.
So are you good with this one, Dr. Solari?
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay. 4B. I can't talk.
So,
Not enough coffee.
4B as in boy.
yes, B Bravo, 4P as in Papa, 4W as in whiskey, and 4X as in X-ray are all basically the same case. They are it's the situation where a pharmacy was operating without a PIC, and the committee recommended advisory letter to permit holder. But again, I disagree with that. I think if a technician works without a license and they get a civil penalty, and if a pharmacist works without a license and they get a civil penalty, if a pharmacy works without a PIC, I think advisory letter is not proportional, and it should be more of a disciplinary thing, and should carry civil penalties similar to those other ones. So B, P, W, and X are basically all that issue. So that's why I wanted to bring those up.
I agree with you, Mo. Completely agree. I think we should consider, as a board, we should come up with the monetary fine value for each day a pharmacy operating without a PIC.
I don't see those two as analogous. I think that you have a license and not having a license and not having a PIC. I don't see those as the same. You don't have a right to be in a pharmacy working and doing your job if you don't have a license. They do have licensed professionals in the job. They just don't have one designated as a leader. So I don't see them as the same.
But Ms. Snare, to your point, if we were to open up the law book right now, clearly the law book requires pharmacy to have a PIC. So if a pharmacy operates without a PIC, one can argue that the pharmacy permit holder is going against the law book.
I don't disagree with you. I just think that I kind of stand behind the letter just as a reminder that they didn't get a PIC in place timely.
I mean, if it's only one incident, I'm fine with that. But like, there's 4 scenarios that are similar. So my fear is we are going to see a trend of.
I see when there's been a pattern of them not having someone in place. We've seen that before, and we've taken different action, but that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
These are large companies. They hire numerous pharmacists. There's no reason for them not to have a PIC. If a PIC resigns, all they have to do is notify the board, put somebody in place. It is possible for a person to be the PIC for more than one store. So there's no shortage of individuals that can act in this capacity. All they have to do is make the effort to notify the board or be in contact with our staff and let them know what they're doing, even if it is temporary. So to me, it just shows a lack of response to our statutes. And I see your point, Ms. Nair, that it's not exactly analogous to a pharmacist or tech working without a license, but nevertheless, as Dr. Dang indicated, there is a specific law on this, and there's no black or white. There's black and white. There's no interpretation or ways that they read into it. If this was an independent pharmacy in a rural area and they had a hard time finding a pharmacist, I would say okay. But these national companies that have numerous pharmacists, and can easily find somebody, there's always promotion-minded and advancement-minded individuals in these companies that are willing to step up So that concerns me, and that's why I think a disciplinary penalty should be in order here.
Board members, any additional thoughts here or discussion?
So just a point of discussion, what do the board members think if we impose a fine of $100 per day, not to exceed $1,000?
Here's, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Leyva.
here's my kind of sticking point. There's two of them. One, we've been in some extremely different times than we ever have been for the last 2+ years. And during those times, whether it's a pharmacy or whether it's an ER staffing with nurses, it's not as easy as just plopping somebody in sometimes. It really is not. We've seen it in other professions in the medical field where they're closing, they're not admitting people. They're having to make decisions on who's going to get care, who isn't, based on the number of bodies that they have in a department. So normally, I would say when things are not in the times that we're in, I could understand that. But today I cannot. The second thing that I don't, and maybe a compliance officer that was in the complaint review could help me remember, but there was a changeover in leadership in one of these, and the person who was required to do these, it was literally brand new to the position. And in all fairness to that person, they inherited this after the fact. And that was another reason why I didn't want to go down discipline right away. It is an extenuating circumstance. Ultimately, the permit is responsible. I know that, but I felt like the message was sent with the advisory letter in that. This is also something that is on the books further to be evaluated, because it's simply not as easy as assigning a pick within that short time period, always. That's my opinion.
Dr. Leyva, I would agree with your comments from the complaint review. And for those of you that are not on the rule rewrite committee, this is one of the things that we've discussed is an immediate requirement for a pick change, really an appropriate amount. There are a number of states out there that have 30 days or longer for you to assign a pick. So Arizona is definitely on the short end of this requirement. I 100% agree that this is a requirement and we have to do something with it because there was a violation of the law. But you know, the staffing circumstances in all areas of healthcare and really all areas of you know, just the work sector. I mean, if you've gone to a restaurant lately, good luck trying to get in. The staffing challenges are real out there. And I do think that we're in an unprecedented time. And I certainly think that the advisory letter still sends a message to this permit holder. I'm comfortable with the recommendation, but that's just my own personal opinion. I just feel like based on the discussions we've had, I think we've seen that there are opportunities with our existing rule that we're still working through. That granted, this is still a current requirement. Additional discussion? Thoughts on how we want to resolve this?
If the board is moved to do a disciplinary letter, I could accept that. I'm not in favor of a fine on top of it. I think the message has been sent, and that would be my opinion.
So, Mr. Leyva, then let's all compromise and agree to a disciplinary letter.
Would that be a letter of reprimand then?
So that goes in line with the other item that I pulled. So Mr. Hargraves, if you could please weigh in there, but I think in order to do a disciplinary letter, it would have to be a consent agreement with a letter of reprimand, correct?
Right, a disciplinary letter of concern is essentially a letter of reprimand. So if the board is looking at doing that, it would be to offer a consent agreement for a letter of reprimand to the permit.
And in the case of a letter of reprimand, if they don't sign, is the outcome the same? We go to hearing?
That would be up to you. It could either come back to the full board, or it could be, if they don't accept it, proceed to hearing. That's your choice.
I do think a letter of reprimand is a good compromise, and since this is 4 incidents by the same organization, I think we do need to do something more than an advisory letter. So I'm in favor of a letter of reprimand.
Mr. Solari, I could support that.
Okay, Solari making a motion to resolve complaints 4, B as in Bravo, P as in Papa, W as in whiskey, and X as in X-ray. Change recommendation from advisory letter to a consent agreement for a letter of reprimand.
Second.
Should we add 4R in that, since that's what our intention was on that one as well? We put them all together.
Madam Chair,
It's a different issue, so we should probably take that separately.
Okay.
And do you want to include in the motion what you want to happen if they don't accept the consent agreement?
Sure, let's add, we'll proceed to hearing should they not accept the consent agreement.
So I had a motion by Dr. Solari and a second by Dr. Dang.
Yes.
Jennifer, could you do a roll call, please, on this one?
Certainly, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan is recused. Ms. Walmsley,
No.
Mr. Tong,
No.
and Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Okay, the ayes have it.
Thank you. Jennifer, you wanted me to go ahead and pull 4K. If you could give a little bit of color there, please.
Certainly, I'll turn that over to Ms. Hess.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had a little trouble unmuting. Thank you for addressing this. And I apologize for not being present at the complaint committee meeting where I would have brought this to your attention. I did notice that the recommendation on this was for the $250 fine for failure to report. However, this particular case came to our attention because this pharmacy was, their home state permit or license was revoked. So if this is approved as is with just a $250 fine, they will still have a non-resident permit, and R4 23607A requires that a non-resident permittee have a home state permit in good standing, or not necessarily in good standing, but you know, that it's clear that it's open. And they do not have a home state permit. And my apologies for not including that under the possible violations, but it is my understanding that this board has the authority to include any violations they feel fit.
Thank you, Ms. Huss, for that clarification.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Board members' discussion, from my perspective, obviously, that was something that was missed during the complaint review. So I'm of the opinion we should probably send it to hearing since they don't meet the requirements.
Does it need to go to hearing, or can we send them a consent agreement for voluntarily surrender of their license, since they don't meet our statute requirements anymore and don't have a home state?
You could offer them a consent for voluntary surrender, and if not accepted, proceed to hearing.
Perfect.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just a point of discussion here. So we're saying that because they don't have a license in their home state, that they do have their license with our board, that, and here's where I struggle, that our customers in Arizona don't need the service. And it looks like there's 10 people. I don't know if this is.
I'm sorry. What I was trying to point out is R4 23607 for non-resident permits. under A2, it says a current equivalent license or permit issued by the licensing authority in the jurisdiction where the person resides. So they are required to have a home state permit, which they do not have at this point. They have been revoked in their home state. So they don't meet the requirements to have a non-resident permit in the state of Arizona.
Got it. Thank you, Ms. S. And,
You're welcome.
And so now with that cleared up, if they don't have that, then we have no eyes on an inspection by that state
Right.
that they're in. And that's what
Correct.
concerns me. So thank you for the clarification. I would agree something else should be, we should move forward.
Dr. Fleury, I agree with you where you're going with the consent agreement for voluntary surrender and move to hearing.
Okay, let me make the motion then. Solari speaking. Motion to offer this permit holder a consent agreement to voluntarily surrender their license since they don't meet the requirements of our statutes anymore. And should they decline to sign the consent agreement, go to hearing.
Second is Kevin.
I have a motion and a second. Jennifer, can you do roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong. Mr. Tong. That looks like
Ted,
you're
you're
on
on
mute.
mute.
Aye, please.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it.
Thank you. Next up is item 4R. This one I pulled just for clarification. So the recommendation was a disciplinary letter of concern. Again, we don't really have that as a remedy. So the recommendation would be to do a consent agreement with a letter of reprimand. So just wanted to clarify that with the board. Seth, do we need another motion here or just clarify that?
Maybe to make it cleaner, since it technically wasn't the same language, do a separate motion and vote.
Thank you.
Do you want the same person to amend it? It might have been Mr. Leba.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll recommend, my motion is for a letter of reprimand.
Consent agreement with a letter of reprimand.
Okay, consent agreement, the letter of reprimand. I just thought that consent agreement was implied.
And do we want to include going to hearing if they don't accept?
I'm okay with that. Sure.
Second, this is Kevin.
I have a motion and a second. Jennifer, can you do a roll call?
Certainly. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Thank you.
Guys have it.
Yeah.
Next one up was 4S. I will recuse myself from the discussion, but Dr. Solari, I believe this is you that asked to pull that one as well.
Great, so ma'am, sorry, and thank you. Yes, this was a situation where a technician created a prescription record without using another licensee's credentials to process prescriptions for herself and her family members. And the recommendation of the committee was an advisory letter, but I thought that because she wasn't working, she did inappropriately put in prescriptions for herself and her family members, and that she used somebody else's credentials, it rose to a level of disciplinary, and that advisory letter was not sufficient.
Does anybody want to speak on that? That's on the complaint committee.
Mo, will you list the number again? I'm sorry.
So it's 4S, and it's on
Okay,
page
got it.
566.
Okay.
And there's videos, the pictures of this individual showing up to put in prescriptions for herself and her, I believe it was her husband, for flu vaccination, and using somebody else's credentials when she was not assigned to work at that time. And to me, that's a disciplinary issue, not an advisory letter.
Agree.
So I think we chalked some of that up to be an HR issue. She was told to leave and she stayed. Mr. Leyva, do you have anything to add? If you can recall our conversation.
No, the typing of the prescriptions is completely legal, even for the family members that took place. She was off clock. She was asked to leave. She didn't leave. But the sticking point is she worked under somebody else's credentials. Whether she knew that or not, I don't know, but she did. So it doesn't look good to be there off the clock, filling a family member's prescription and working under somebody else's initials. I have to agree.
Completely agree. Do you have a
I had
suggestion?
originally put on here a conference, and then we discussed a little bit in the committee, but I'm understanding what Mr. Solari is saying.
Me too.
I don't know if it needs to go as far as full discipline. I think we could do, an error was made. I could support 3 CEs of continued education. I could also support a disciplinary letter. I think a lesson's been learned, but I understand the conversation here.
Yeah, I was leaning towards a letter of reprimand myself. I'm not sure what we can learn from a conference since everything is on video and we can all look at it. So I'm tending towards a letter of reprimand unless other board members have different thoughts.
I could support that.
Then with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to resolve
Mr.
board
Solari?
case.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could I get one question clarified before we vote?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Leyva, what's the question?
The question I have, maybe Jennifer knows the answer to, and do we feel that she purposefully worked under the incorrect initials, or was it an oversight?
Mr. Leyva?
Yes.
This is Sharon Richardson. We did have a response on that. Now, Jennifer Gayanavong was primarily addressing this, but we did have a response. This is a store in my territory. And from what we were told in that response is it's practice in this location to leave a computer signed on under one person, and they type all of their immunizations under that. So it appears to be just a common practice in that location.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson.
I mean, that's not great information either. People should be using their own credentials. But either way, I think that you would know that you had signed on your own or not.
Yeah, I agree, ma'am. And that practice should also be changed. If that's their common practice, that's a different issue. And I guess that's not part of this complaint, but to resolve this complaint, I think it's appropriate to make a motion, a letter of reprimand for the individual technician who typed these prescriptions and used somebody else's credentials. A consent agreement, and if not signed, go to hearing.
Nice. I'll second that. We get roll call.
Certainly. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leyva,
Aye.
Ms. Layham.
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Walmsley is recused, Mr. Tong,
Aye.
and Ms. Snare.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Solari, just wanted to clarify. I think I forgot one. Did you want to pull 4J? I had written down AJ and then realized that there isn't an AJ. So did you want to pull 4J as well? Or did I catch all of yours?
Yes, I did want to. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. I had forgotten about that. Yes, 4J. The reason I want
Kristen, if you could take that one for me too. Thank you.
Yes. You want me to read a quick summary, just so everybody's up to speed? It's a veterinarian clinic. The pharmacy refused to fill a Legend prescription because they were asking for a DEA number.
And the reason I asked for this to be brought up is not because I was dissatisfied with what they were doing, but they gave the standard answer, which I hate, which is it's been escalated. And of course, we'll never hear back from them if it's been escalated. The issue might never get resolved. To me, getting escalated is like saying I'm working on it. You never get a resolution. So I wanted to get a conference just to make sure this issue has been resolved, or get some dates and times of when this issue is going to get resolved, because getting escalated to me means nothing. And that's the only reason I brought this up.
When you say escalated, you mean the fix on the computer system was being escalated within the company, right?
Yes, in their response, and it's on page 395, they basically say, yes, our resolution is that we know this is a problem and we've escalated. And so page 395, the last paragraph of the letter by Monique Dahl and Gall, I hope I didn't butcher her name. The matter has been escalated and proper measures are being taken to correct this and prevent any further inconvenience. To me, that means nothing. I just want to make sure that at some point this gets resolved, whether it is our compliance officers going back and making sure it's been fixed, or they coming in and assuring us that the matter has been fixed. I'm just looking for the fix. I don't have a problem what they're doing. Just, matter has been escalated can mean anything, and it may never get resolved.
I have a question though. Who would we bring in? Because the people on the store level probably don't have access to the IT professionals or how quickly it's resolved on their end. It could be like in a list of items and it's number 12. So they may not have any say in how quickly it's resolved or how it's resolved. That's just my thought. Mr. Leyba?
My understanding was there is a process in place. There is a fix. It was a training issue. Ms. Hess, could you confirm that? It looks to me like there is a go forward with what to do with the vet.
Correct. They do have a policy on how to handle veterinarians who don't have a DEA number. The problem arose because I think they were having difficulty billing it without a DEA number, and they didn't have an NPI number to work with either. So that's where the issue came in. And what this veterinarian's office was told, or what the veterinarian's office, claims to have been told, was that they couldn't do anything without the EA number or an NPI number. And their policies and procedures clearly state a way to do it without either of those numbers, and how to enter the veterinarian's license number so that they can, I use the word bill, I don't mean insurance, but so that they can run it through, I suppose you could say, with just a license number for veterinarians who quite often do not have DEA numbers or NPI numbers. This seems to be kind of an ongoing issue for veterinarians. We get lots of complaints to this regard. And when they say they're escalating it, I think what they meant was they're escalating it on how they're going to retrain staff so that this does not continue.
I'd agree. Thank you. I am still in favor with the original. I don't think bringing anybody in is going to change anything on this. They've got to train. It's a training issue, unfortunately.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification. So Ms. Hess, you're telling me you're basically satisfied that this issue is resolved properly or will be resolved without needing for us to further follow up?
I don't know if it's my place to make that evaluation. All I can say is this is an ongoing issue in multiple companies, and it always seems to boil down to that there's a policy that's not being followed.
It does.
Very well. I'll leave the recommendation of the complaint committee as is and move on then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
All right, board members, any additional discussion on any of the items under tab 4? If not, do I have a motion regarding the recommendations of the complaint committee for the remaining items that have not been voted upon?
Madam Chair, Solari speaking, and since I'm not a member of the complaint committee, I'll make the motion to accept the recommendations of the complaint committee as stated and go from there.
Second, this is Kevin.
I have a motion and a second. Jennifer, can you do a roll call? I think there's some discipline in there.
Certainly, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Noting my recusals, aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Noted recusals, aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
and Ms. Snare.
Aye.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Agenda item 5, consent agenda to refer to formal hearing. We have items 5A, 5B, 5C. Does anyone want to pull any of the items for discussion, or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept agenda items 5A, B, and C. The recommendations in the
And
consent.
to refer to formal hearing.
Yes.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we need roll call for this one, Jennifer?
No, we don't.
We do not.
No, because there's no final action. The final action will happen at
Is
the
the
hearing.
hearing. Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you very much. Next up is tab 6, consent agenda, executive director dismissal ratification. Board members, as you can see, Dr. Gandhi has been very busy over the last couple of months. We have a number of dismissals here. Any discussion on any of these items, or do I have a motion to accept the dismissals from Dr. Gandhi?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the recommendations by the executive director.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Next up is tab 7, consent agenda, consent agreements. Does any board member wish to pull any of the items from tab 7? Otherwise, do I have a motion to accept the proposed consent agreements?
I have a recusal in here, or I would gladly make the motion. If I can announce the recusal and make the motion, I will.
I think it would be better to have somebody else do that. Dr. Leba, thank you.
I'll make a motion to accept the proposed consent agreement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Jennifer, can you do a roll call on these, please?
Certainly. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
I noting my recusal on 7B.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
and Ms. Snare.
Aye.
I got that. Ayes have it.
Thank you very much. Next up is item 8A, discussion and consideration and possible action regarding a special request made by El Rio Grant Road Pharmacy to extend their opening date. Board members, this is a extension due to some construction delays. It looks like everything else is in order, and this is the first request that they have made regarding the extension. We do have the ability to grant this up to twice.
Mhm.
And oh, sorry, you just said that.
Any discussion on this?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd make a motion to approve the extension request.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none. Next up is tab 9, approval of, actually, let's take 9 and 10 together. These are kind of similar. Consent agenda to approve the ACPE colleges and schools of pharmacy, as well as the licensing exams. These are standard approvals that we do every year. Any discussion on these items? Or do I have a motion?
This is Ted Tong. I move to accept.
I'll second that,
second.
ma'am.
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Consent agenda item 11, approval of designee duties. Board members, every year we vote on the delegated duties for the board that we give Dr. Gandhi and staff related to actions that they can take. This is the same list that we've had in years past. Is there any discussion, or do I have a motion to approve the designee duties?
Lori,
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Madam Chair, did you skip 10?
I did those together, 9 and 10.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you, though, for keeping track of me. I was moving too fast. Item 12 is the recommendations from President and Vice President regarding license applications. Board members, does anybody want to pull any of these for further discussion? If not, do I have a motion with regards to these items?
Madam Chair, I agreed with the recommendations, and so I will make the motion to approve the recommendations of the chair and the vice chair on matters in tab 12.
Thank you, Dr. Solari. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Jennifer, can you do a roll call, please?
Certainly. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out that one of the applicants is on the line here in the Zoom meeting.
Can you direct me to who that is?
Certainly. It's for Invacare Corporation, Mr. Ed Ohl.
Does someone from Invacare wish to speak?
I do. Yeah, this is Ed Ohl. I'm Assistant General Counsel with Invacare Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Ohl. Would you like to make a brief statement?
I would. Yeah, thank you. And to start with, we just really appreciate the opportunity to to address this issue with the board. And we want you to know Invacare takes these matters seriously. We take our obligations to the residents of Arizona and to this country seriously. And in this case, we made a mistake. We should have disclosed our consent decree with the FDA when we submitted our original application back in 2020, and we accept responsibility for that. But we don't believe that non-disclosure amounted to fraud or any type of misrepresentation. Worst case, it was a mistake, an administrative oversight, or potentially even a misinterpretation of the application questions. And we totally understand why this matters before the board, we get it. But we wanted just to briefly explain 2 points that surrounded our circumstances when we submitted that application for the board's consideration. The first point being the permit related to oxygen concentrators. The consent decree that we had with the FDA related to power wheelchairs and power beds. And at the time of the consent decree in 2012, we didn't even manufacture oxygen products at our facility, and we didn't do that until late 2019. So, from the perspective of the regulatory manager, when that application was submitted, he was thinking about oxygen concentrators, and he obviously did not connect the dots between the oxygen concentrators and the power wheelchairs and power beds under the consent decree. And look, we don't just condone that non-disclosure by any means. It was a mistake, and we accept responsibility for it. But again, we just think it was an administrative oversight that doesn't give rise to fraud or misrepresentation. And the second point being, very briefly, is we have absolutely no reason to not disclose the consent decree. We've publicly disclosed it, broadly and consistently since its inception back in 2012. We've issued press releases. We've informed employees, customers, investors. We regularly include it in our SEC reports, including our annual report, a copy of which we submitted to the board. And if you were to walk into our global headquarters in Elyria, Ohio, in our visitor waiting area, you would find a copy of our consent decree, sitting on the coffee table in front of the couch. We just have absolutely no reason to hide or conceal the consent decree. And, it was really inconceivable to us why it wasn't disclosed at the time of the application, other than it was just a simple mistake by a regulatory manager who submitted it at that time. It was an oversight. So, for those reasons, we respectfully, request that, the board approve our renewal application, with a fine if it deems appropriate, but without a consent agreement. We just again don't believe the non-disclosure gives rise to fraud or misrepresentation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ewell, and thank you for being here. Board members, are there any questions for Mr. Ewell while we've got him on the line? Appreciate you being here and for providing that context.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks again for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Our recommendation was a $250 civil penalty.
Yes.
Did we, does that say, are we stating that there was fraud, or is there we don't have any kind of stance on what the intention was? It's just that we weren't given that information. So we base it off of how the application was filled out, correct? We're not putting forward that there was fraud involved. We just make the penalty based upon information is not accurate that was provided.
This is Jennifer, and Ms. Nair, that's correct.
Okay.
The statute references fraud or misrepresentation on an application.
Okay. Okay. I can understand misrepresentation. Yeah.
Would it be reasonable to have Mr. Ewell meet with our legal counsel and come up with a consent agreement that includes a $250 civil penalty, but change the language a little bit, not to insinuate fraud or any of that kind of a, something that he objects to in that sort of a sense?
Well, if it already states misrepresentation or fraud, we're not saying it was fraud.
Yeah, and I haven't seen the consent agreement, so it's hard to say what will be in it. But would that be a reasonable thing where they work together and we still have the $250 civil penalty, but not necessarily put in language that they object to?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Leyva.
I'm in favor of the recommendation as it is in today's times as we know it. In the future, it may be a little bit different, but in today as we know it, I think the recommendation is solid.
Mr. Hargraves, Ms. Galvin, just to clarify, there's the opportunity for you guys to work with their legal counsel, correct, on the language within the consent agreement. That happens all the time, correct?
It does, and Seth and I would be willing to do that if that's the board's directive. Between now and the next meeting, we could draft a proposed consent agreement with a $250 fine, but along the lines of Mr. Solari's recommendation, come up with language that is agreeable to both parties. If Mr. Yu would be willing to work with us.
That sounds acceptable to me.
It's my opinion that there's a lot of these that could say the same thing that was stated today. We didn't fill it out, it's not accurate, didn't mean to, it wasn't misrepresentation and it wasn't fraud. And then enter into a consent agreement with altered language. It just, right now, as we know it today, I don't think that we need to do that until we move to a non-disciplinary penalty.
Which we'll have that remedy soon.
Yes, but it would weigh on me doing that today when we haven't done it for others.
But in all fairness, nobody else has come forward and asked us to do that either.
We do have something later in the agenda that we'll be discussing.
Mr. Lee, but the consent agreement could be drafted in such a way where you still acknowledge that there was inaccurate information provided to the board on that application. We could say something that, Invacare maintains that it was inadvertent and does not constitute a misrepresentation or fraud under the law.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin.
Mr. Yule, would you be willing to work with us on revising or drafting a consent agreement that you and your company may be agreeable to?
Yes, absolutely. And we appreciate that offer.
Thank you. Board members, do I have a motion on this?
I'll make the motion, Madam Chair. Solari speaking. Motion to approve the recommendation from the president and the vice president on this, but to have Mr. Yule and our legal counsel meet and come up with a language that satisfies the requirements for both parties.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second. Tom.
Jennifer, can you do a roll call, please?
A roll really isn't necessary. You're just authorizing us to
Okay.
negotiate.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Well, actually, Jean, they're doing
one.
all of 12, and those
Oh, I'm sorry.
other
Okay.
items also include others.
Okay.
So we would need a roll call.
Jennifer?
Yes, Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye, noting recusals on 12A and 12C.
Thank you. Mr. Tong
Aye.
and Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you, Jennifer. Again, Mr. Yule, thank you for your participation today. Board members, next up, item.
Madam
13.
Chairman, Madam
Yes.
Chair, this is Jean Galvin. If I could go back to item 9, approval of the colleges and schools of pharmacy. I believe Dr. Tong made that motion. I would prefer that we rescind that motion and someone else make the motion. I think he's recused because the U of A College of Pharmacy is on that list.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Board members, do I have an alternative motion regarding items 9 and 10?
In the absence of Dr. Tong, I would be proud to make the recommendation to approve both the colleges and the exams.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Tab 13 is license and permit ratifications. These are our standard list of applications that are all in good order. Do I have a motion regarding these items?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we're going to skip item 14 and we're going to come back later in the meeting to that. Moving on to item 15. This is resident relocation applications, and I'm actually going to hold off on this item because it's related to one of the conferences, so we'll take that later in the day today. Item 16 is vacant. Item 17 is resident pharmacy permits requiring board review. Item 17A is La Frontera Center, Inc. Do we have anybody on the line from La Frontera?
Yes, my name is Colleen Vineyard, and I'm the clinical supervisor for the La Frontera Psychiatric Health Facility.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm also here, and my name is Rina Quijada, and I'm the Director for Crisis Services for La Frontera.
Thank you and welcome. Board members, this is a resident hospital application that is requesting a deviation for square footage space. So somebody from La Frontera want to tell us a little bit about your hospital and what your request is today?
Yes, we are currently a level 1 subacute psychiatric facility. We are a 16-bed unit that does level 1 crisis services and detox. We are currently requesting a deviation from the 500 square foot to, I'm sorry, I had it right here, to approximately 300 square foot pharmacy. We don't utilize, we don't take patients that are medically compromised. So we mainly focus on psychiatric medications, detox medications, and medications that, medical meds that clients are already on. So we aren't going to be utilizing IV therapy, oxygen, compounding, things like that.
Thank you. So no compounding. How many, I didn't catch it. How many beds is your hospital? I think 16. Okay.
Yes.
Board members, any additional questions for La Frontera?
One thing in the reading that I don't think was just mentioned was that they have on-call services.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up because that might come up in the questions.
Thank you. Truman, I see you popped on. Did you have anything to add to the discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Truman Leon, Compliance Officer, and I just wanted to make a note as well on the applicant's deviation request form in paragraph 2. They had stated that their business operation model for the beginning might have a part-time pharmacist involved. So our rule R423-653 states that pharmacy services shall be provided for a minimum of 40 hours per week, unless an exception and a written request is granted by permission from the board. So I wanted to throw that in there for discussion as well.
Thank you, Mr. Leong. Ms. Quijada, can you, or Ms. Vineyard, can you comment on that? Are you planning to open with 40 hours or do you also need a deviation for the operating hours?
We are requesting a deviation for operating hours because we only have 16 beds. And the fact that we do have an on-call pharmacy or we have an on-call, we utilize Genoa right now with La Frontera. So because Genoa is works with us, we have access to on-call pharmacists 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
How many hours are you planning on employing the pharmacist?
20 to 30 hours a week.
Truman, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we only have a deviation request for the space.
That's correct.
Yes, I think in the application form, the request is for R423-655. But when reading over the notes that the applicant provided, I did see that they were considering operations under 40 hours of pharmacist help.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Galvin, are we able to consider that and have them provide the paperwork after the fact?
The deviation request is only for the square footage, and it does not appear to be on the agenda for the deviation for the number of hours.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
So if we had to do that separately after, does one depend on the other, so to speak, or not really?
They're independent requests. So if we approve your space deviation today, you would be required to meet the 40 hours unless you apply and are approved for the 40-hour for the deviation for less than 40 hours.
Okay.
Which you could do after this, if this request is approved, you could do that after the fact.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Galvin, did I say that correctly?
You did.
Thank you.
The board
board
motion to approve this deviation for square footage.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. Cedar.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. Thank you both for your attendance today. Staff will be in communication with you, and they can help you with the additional request if needed.
Thank you so much for everything and your time. We appreciate it.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Next up is, we'll go ahead and take 15B and C together since they're the same organizations. 17B, 17C, Copper Springs and Copper Springs East. Do we have anybody on the line from Copper Springs?
Yes, this is Jessica Black. I'm the CEO that covers both facilities.
Thank you, Ms. Black.
And this is Sean Quinn. I'm counsel for Copper Springs Hospitals as well.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Board members, we have a change of ownership request for these two hospitals, both of which are requiring a space deviation, which we've authorized from another facility. I believe the compliance officer was Ms. Hess on both of these. Ms. Hess, anything to add?
Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Okay. Actually, I was the compliance officer on Copper Springs East, and Elizabeth was on the Avondale location, but we did work closely on these together because it was the same issue. We did initially have some questions on whether or not this was a true change of ownership. So that's why those comments are in there. But it turned out through some back and forth, we determined it was actually a true change of ownership. It appeared that it was at the grandfather level only, but it did involve the parent level, we determined. So at this point, all it is a deviation request for square footage of the pharmacy on both locations. That was, yes.
I'm sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are hospitals that are already in existence that we have already permitted these space deviations for, correct?
Yes, and they're undergoing a change of ownership. So they had to apply for a new deviation.
Thank you.
Because they're receiving new permits.
Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Copper Springs or Ms. Hess, or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 17B and 17C.
Do I have a second?
Second is Kevin.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Thank you, Ms. Black. Appreciate your appearance today in case we had any questions for you. Appreciate it.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Have a great day. How are we doing, board members? Do we want to take a break until 10?
I say yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a brief recess until 10 and we'll come back then. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Looks like we're missing Dr. Dang. Oh, there he is, and Dr. Leba. Looks like we've got everybody. Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves, are you there? All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up, item 18A on the agenda, non-resident pharmacy applications requiring board review, Pinellas Park Drugs. Do we have anybody on the line from Pinellas Park? Board members, this is one of the items that was brought back from our meeting, from the last meeting. This was a non-resident pharmacy that did not disclose some answers about owning another pharmacy that had prior discipline. Do we want to take action on this one now, or do we want to come back to it later?
Madam Chair, this is the second time we've seen this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Staff, if you could confirm that for me, please.
Hi, this is Jennifer, and that is correct.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion for a $250 civil penalty for failure to fill out the application correctly.
This is a new permit application, so how would we want to address the permit? Do we want to issue it, or do we have questions for them before we decide if we want to issue it?
But the reason why I went straight for the motion is because this is the second time we tried. If they want the permit, they can communicate with us.
So are you saying we didn't deny the permit, or we would have to approve it to be able to give them a fine, right?
So maybe the sequence, Ms. Galvin or Mr. Hargraves could help with, but to once signed, approve the application is maybe the words I'm looking for, Ms. Galvin.
So would it be granting the application subject to signing a consent agreement for a $250 civil penalty, and if not accepted, deny?
Yes.
Is it issue the license upon signing or upon payment? And what time frame for payment?
Payment within 90 days.
I still have some questions about these allegations of the other pharmacy. They're pretty hefty, false claims, questions about that. I don't know.
Is an alternative to leave the application open, and if they don't appear, then it would just close if we don't get the information that we need? How long has this application been pending, Truman?
November 12th, 2021.
And remind me, how long can an application stay open?
Jennifer, I need help on this one.
Sure. So, Lori, they have 90 days. Ms. Walmsley, they have 90 days to provide any missing information. Overall, the application can stay open for 180 days.
How long has it been now, or does that start after the meeting?
Well, we've asked them to appear twice, and they haven't shown up either time.
Yeah, just table it or take no action. I don't know.
We've done something similar in the past, as Ms. Snare is alluding to, is to kind of leave it open until the 90-day passes. And at that point, we close it due to inactivity because they haven't replied to us. And I'm in favor of that if that's what Ms. Snare is indicating, the direction she want to go.
Yes, it is.
I can support that.
I'm not comfortable issuing it unless we can get the answers to our questions. Honestly, I feel like there's still some outstanding things there, and I don't know that we have full basis to deny it, but I also don't feel comfortable issuing it at this point.
So would the action be just to take no action or to table? Do we need to? Which one is more correct or appropriate?
I would go ahead and make a motion to table it and let the time period expire and the application expire due to inactivity.
Okay, I make a motion to table.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, item 18B, LifeScript Pharmacy TLCC. Do we have anybody on the line from LifeScript?
Madam Chair, I'm recused.
Thank you. Board members, this application has been pending for some time. The ownership is related to a complaint that is later in our book. Not necessarily the same pharmacy, but same ownership. They have requested to withdraw their permit request. At this point in time, I don't believe we have any grounds for withdrawal. Legal counsel, if you could correct me if I'm wrong. So my recommendation at this point is to move forward and allow them to withdraw just to close out this issue. But I'm open to discussion.
That's a motion, Lori. I'll second it.
Yes, I'll make that my motion to allow them to withdraw and close the application.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item 18C, TRC Pharmaceutical. Board members, this is a non-resident pharmacy that failed to disclose some disciplinary action with their home state permit. Do we have anybody on the line from TRC Pharmaceutical?
Yeah, this is Troy Johansson.
Hello, Mr. Johansson, welcome.
Yes.
Mr. Johansson, would you like to make just a brief statement about the conduct that happened in Utah, and then why your disciplinary action was not disclosed as part of your application?
Yeah, I didn't. I sent over what they wrote up for me to fix, and then and so I disclosed that to you, but I didn't send up all the report to you. I just sent what they wrote up for me to fix during my inspection.
And why was that not disclosed in your application?
Well, it wasn't quite clear the first time. I did send it in this after there was a request to see that, so I did send it in the second time.
Thank you. Truman, I believe you were the compliance officer that did the review. Anything to add here?
Yes. On the first application process dated on November 4th, it wasn't initially disclosed, and the PIC and owner Troy Johansson did state that he was under the impression that it was not required, and did respond one day after the request from board staff was made. They had an action date of June 4, 2015, where the Utah Board of Pharmacy had fined TNR and ordered a cease and desist for outdated medications. A follow-up from that is they did send a compliance officer inspection from their home state of Utah dated February 14, 2020. And although the compliance notes were found indicating compound record keeping and training concerns, such as expiration dates, they did have a pass and fail system. And I did speak with the Utah Board of Pharmacy compliance officer on January 27, 2022. And they did explain their report utilizes a pass versus no pass system. And at that time, there are no violations issued during their inspection. So they do have a current and active good standing Utah license. I just wanted to throw that in there as well for your visibility.
Thank you, Truman. Board members, any questions for Mr. Johansson or for Truman?
Mr. Johansson, I have a question.
Sure.
What changes did you put in place to help out with this outdated products issue that had happened?
So we've assigned technicians different areas in our different bays to go through monthly and sticker them for the next 3 months out. And then each month they go through and just pull those and put them in a separate bin. So that's in the regular pharmacy and also in the compounding room.
So that was a new process.
No, it was just more training on what needs to happen on a more regular basis. So, and the importance of it.
Board members, any additional questions or discussion, or do we have a motion?
I think that due to the retraining and the positive pass inspection in 2020, I make a motion to approve.
Would this fall under the 250 civil penalty for non-disclosure?
Would that have to be a separate complaint, or can we do that with the permit?
We can do that with the contingent to issue it.
Okay, I would say upon payment of the $250 civil penalty for failure to disclose, I would approve this permit.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Nair, second from Dr. Solari. Jennifer, can you do a roll call, please?
Before you do a
Yes.
roll call, just for clarification, is that, and if not accepted, deny, or come back to you?
If not accepted, deny.
Thank you.
I'll second my motion to include that, yes. Or
Thank you.
revise my second to include that.
Thank you. Jennifer, go ahead.
Certainly. Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
and Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Ayes have it. Mr. Johansson, thank you for your attendance today. Our staff will be in communication with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All
Good
right.
luck.
All right, thank you.
Tab 19 is vacant. 20A, DHI Device Enterprises. Is anybody present from DHI?
Yep, that's me, Doug Hart.
Hello, Mr. Hart. Welcome.
Thank you.
Board members, this is a non-resident, non-prescription wholesale permit. This application was reviewed by Mr. Wagner, it looks like. This application, there was some question about whether or not they had applied for the correct permit, and there was some back and forth with this. Mr. Wagner, did you want to address the board with any of your concerns here? I think we were able to resolve a lot of these over the last couple of days, but I wanted to just give you the opportunity to present it to the board. Jennifer, is Dennis on the line, or do you want to take it? Oh, there he is. Hi, Dennis.
About that, my connection just went away right at that opportune moment.
Always the wrong time.
So I didn't hear anything. Did you ask me to summarize this?
Yeah, I just said that there's been some back and forth over the last few days, and I think we might have had our concerns resolved, but there was some question about whether or not they had applied for the right permit and the types of products that they were shipping and all of that. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to provide a summary to the board.
Yeah, I'll try and be as brief as necessary or as possible. During the substantive review for this non-resident, non-prescription wholesale permit application, I requested additional information from the designated representative, Mr. Hart, Regarding the product to be distributed, the discrepancy between the Florida address for the permit application and the Connecticut permit with a White Plains, New York address that was provided with the application, as well as their business model. After submitting the application for full board review, additional information was received from Mr. Hart. VHI distributes over-the-counter COVID testing kits to pharmacy chains nationwide. They maintain physical offices in New York and Florida, but only for back office operations. No product is received, stored, or shipped from these locations. They purchase the kits from the manufacturer, Lucira Health, and the kits are shipped to their fulfillment subcontractor in Fridley, Minnesota, KSP Fulfillment, who ships to VHI customers. VHI does not have any type of distribution license in Florida or Minnesota, as those states only require a license for prescription medical products. After review of this additional information, an Arizona permit may not be necessary for distribution of a non-prescription device. A search of the Arizona statutes and rules found that a permit is required to sell a prescription-only drug or prescription-only device and a non-prescription drug. There is no reference to a non-prescription device in either ARS 32-1927.03A or R4-23-601 Section A. Not to confuse the issue, but the definition of a third-party logistic provider found in ARS 32-1901 number 93 includes the terms prescription or over-the-counter dangerous drug or dangerous device, but a definition for dangerous device could not be found in statute or rule. Yesterday, I was directed to contact Mr. Hart to inquire if there are any plans for future distribution of prescription-only drugs or devices. In speaking with Mr. Hart, he stated that there were preliminary internal discussions regarding the distribution of prescription-only COVID test kits. I informed him that if this was the case, then a full-service wholesaler permit would be necessary to ship into Arizona. He was going to inquire internally about a timeline and would be available for the application review during the Zoom meeting today. So in summary, before the board today is number one, if the board determines that a permit is necessary to distribute a non-prescription device and or the applicant wishes to continue to pursue this permit, then my recommendation would be to approve this application based on the additional information received. Or number two, if VHI is going ahead with plans to distribute a prescription device in the future, is there a mechanism to transition the current application to apply for a full service wholesaler permit? Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I agree with you. If it's just the over-the-counter COVID test, it isn't necessary for them to have a permit. So, Mr. Hart, want to give you the opportunity to make a statement here. Can you tell us what your plans are so that we can give you the best direction, whether or not we feel like you need a license, or after your conversations with Mr. Wagner, what are your thoughts on how you would like to proceed here?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dennis. I think that was a very good summary. So I talked to our business and sales teams, and our plans right now are to distribute both OTC devices and prescription-only devices, COVID testing kits in both cases, in Arizona, subject to getting the appropriate licenses. So we would like to distribute RX-only COVID kits, of which there are a couple different ones. And so, like Dennis was saying, I'm just interested in if there's a way to convert the current OTC only application that we filed into a full service wholesaler application.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Board members, I would be in favor in allowing Mr. Hart to work with staff to amend his current application and to approve it, contingent getting him moved over to the right category. Jean, Seth, would that be an appropriate motion?
That would be an appropriate motion.
So that's my motion, unless there's any additional discussion.
I do have a question. Was there still, I think, still up in the air of where the product was coming from? Or is that part of the discussion anymore.
Well, I can say that we source the RX only kits from a number of different manufacturers. So one of the RX only kits is made by a company called BD Veritor. The other RX only kit is made by a company called Binex. The other RX only kit is made by a company called Spectrum. And all these companies are located in different locations. Spectrum is located in Utah. I actually don't know where BD Veritor or Binex are located, but in all cases, Vault places a purchase order with the company directly. The company then ships, usually it's a saliva tube and preservative, to our kitting subcontractor. And the kitting subcontractor located in Minnesota then puts together the kit, usually with the original manufacturer labeling. Vault does not white label these kits itself. And then that kitting subcontractor sends out the kit to Vault's end customer on our behalf. So, that's just a long-winded way of saying Vault has title to these kits because it makes the purchase order, but Vault never takes physical possession of these kits at all. And I think, based on my current knowledge, all of these manufacturers have an FDA emergency use authorization to produce these kits and sell them. They're essentially just reselling them to Vault, and then Vault is distributing them. And some states require a distribution license and other states don't. And that's what we found so far. But we have not sold anything in Arizona thus far.
Mr. Wagner, I believe what you were talking about with transitioning that to the 3PL license, that would address these concerns with the holding of the product, et cetera, right?
Well, if I could clarify, the product actually gets distributed out of the fulfillment subcontractor in Minnesota. This permit would essentially be like a virtual wholesaler for their Florida office. Does that make sense?
So it could be done correctly if we just change the permit type.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Nair, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I was thinking it could be a virtual, so that's where I was headed.
And if they are going to pursue a full service wholesaler permit, then virtual would be the subcategory for that.
Thank you for the clarification. Board members, my motion stands. Is there any additional discussion, or do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Hart. Appreciate your time and attendance to answer our questions today.
Thank you. And you guys will just reach out to me or with further requests?
Yeah, Mr. Wagner, another member of staff, will reach out to you to work with you on that, but we'll get you moved over to the right category and your license will be approved.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Board members, next up is Safecore Health. We also have items 22B and 22C. Since these are all related, we'll go ahead and take all of those together. Do we have anybody on the line from Safecore?
Yes, good morning. It's Steve Fischbach, CEO, and we've got one other person on the call, I believe, as well.
Yes, Rob Maines. I'm VP of Quality and Regulatory.
Thank you, Mr. Fischbach and Mr. Maines. Appreciate your attendance today. Board members, we have a non-resident full-service wholesaler permit and 2 non-resident manufacturer permits that require our attention today. We did receive deviations. There was a deviation required in order for us to do this pursuant to our current rules. I believe Ms. Hess was the compliance officer for these. Carol, do you want to make a brief statement about these permits?
Yes, I can make a brief statement to what I am current on. There was a meeting between, I believe it was Dr. Gandhi, Dr. Galvan, and the folks that are representing Safecore today that I was not present for due to medical leave. But just a quick synopsis of the three of these cases. The two manufacturer repackagers, the way this operation works is they're contracted with various different hospitals. These hospitals purchase medications, whether they're Legend or controlled substances, and these items are shipped directly to the Safecore repackaging center. So the hospital has ownership of it. Safecore never takes ownership of these drugs. And the wholesaler that it's purchased from is shipping it directly to Safecore, but billing the hospital. That is directly against our wholesale rules in that it has to be shipped to the permitted location. So they do you can see there's some invoice examples where they show a ship to address, which is the Safecore, and the bill to address, which is the hospital. What they do from there is they repackage these into unit dose preparations, and they do keep a small sample of it, as all manufacturers do. They then, to the best of my knowledge, what they're doing is shipping it to their own wholesaler for further distribution back to the hospitals. So we have a wholesaler who's taking possession of repackaged products that were repackaged from products that they do not own. So wholesaler is taking possession of also products that they do not own, and then shipping it back to the hospital. So as I understand it, the resolution was for deviations for each of the hospitals that are contracted with Safecore, and perhaps Jennifer could speak to that a little more clearly than I could after that meeting.
Yes, thank you. Jennifer, I believe we've received the request. So this is allowed under federal law, but there was a requirement that needed to be waived here in Arizona to allow for this. If you could just comment, I think everything else is in good order at this point for all three of these permits.
Ms. Wamsley, could I just make one correction to what Ms. Hess said?
If you could let Ms. Countavong speak first, and then I'll give you the opportunity, Mr. Fishbach.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So certainly, we did request a deviation from Safecore from 32-1983C, which states the full service wholesale permittee must deliver prescription only drugs only to the premises listed on the license or the permit. And so that deviation was received. It is in your packet, or in your file rather. That's on page 2800 for the wholesale application.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mr. Fishbach, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you about us and what we do for Arizona hospitals. One correction is that we actually ship directly to the hospital. So this is about the interpretation of 32-1983C. We only ship to licensed people in Arizona as a permittee. But the interpretation by the board and the staff is that deliver actually meant order. So essentially, Ms. Hess was correct. We get product delivered to us that a hospital has ordered through their wholesaler through a ship to account that sends it to us. We package that into unit dose form, send it directly to the hospital so that they don't have to do that packaging inside their facility. And it's done obviously in a very controlled environment. So the one amendment is that we ship directly into the hospital. We do not ship it back to a wholesaler who then ships it to a hospital.
Thank you for that clarification. Board members, this is similar to another permit that we had come before us, I believe at the last meeting, with the ship to address, et cetera. I'm of the opinion that we should go ahead and approve these three permits. Ms. Galvin, do we need also to approve the deviation as well?
Yes, please.
So I would make, my recommendation is to approve these three permits and approve the deviation, unless there's any further discussion.
Can I get a clarification from Ms. Hess? She said that after they repackage it, they keep a certain number of these products for themselves, and I wasn't sure what that meant.
Oh, no, they're not keeping it quote unquote for themselves. It's common practice for a manufacturer to keep a small percentage of anything that they manufactured, in this case, repackaged, in case something goes wrong with it or they need to go back for whatever reason to show what they repackaged. So they have examples of what they've repackaged, and they save those for a standard amount of time. And this is something that the hospitals would be aware of. This is that's a standard practice.
I understand. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Solari, that's actually an FDA requirement.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Board members, any additional questions, or do I have a second?
Well, second.
The motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Fischbach. Thank you, Mr. Maines. Appreciate your time and attendance today to answer our questions.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. 21 is vacant. 22A, Olympus America, Inc. Do we have anybody on the line from Olympus? I believe the compliance officer on this one is Ms. Richardson. This is a non-resident virtual manufacturer permit application. And during the application, the permit holder failed to disclose some disciplinary action. If I'm correct, Ms. Richardson requested a response to some questions, and that has not been provided as of this time. Ms. Richardson, can you speak to this as well?
Yes, Ms. Walmsley, that's a pretty good summary. They did receive a FDA warning letter back in 2018. What typically happens when we see that they have a warning letter is we request the permit holder's response to the FDA, which outlines how they're addressing the issue. And sometimes there's back and forth correspondence with that between the permit holder and the FDA. In this case, they had evidently received a couple advisory notices from the FDA for some concerns over their product. Requested that they do certain things in post-marketing surveillance. Evidently that didn't happen, so the FDA issued them a warning letter. I did reach out to the applicant on the first request was due, the response was due to us by December 21st. We did not receive a response. Second request was made on the 23rd, and a response was due on the 28th of December. And no response to either of those requests came in. This is a virtual manufacturer of devices, and they're non-resident. They also have a foreign CMO, and they use a 3PL for shipping.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Board members, any questions for Ms. Richardson? This is the first time we've heard this application. I think at this point we can either table it and see if staff can reach out and see if we can have them appear tomorrow to answer our questions. I feel like we probably need to give Ms. Richardson the opportunity to review the materials and potentially bring that forward, since we need to ensure that there were appropriate actions taken. So we could either table it for this meeting or potentially table it altogether, waiting to hear for this information like we did the other application, and allow it to close if we don't get the information that we need to move forward.
Solari speaking, I'm generally in favor of allowing it to close due to inactivity. I think our board staff has spent enough time and effort trying to get a hold of these people. If they're serious and they want a license, they need to make the effort to be present or answer questions. And so I'm in favor of letting it expire due to inactivity.
And it still gives them the opportunity. They still have, roughly, another month almost to provide the information. And if Mr. Richardson it reaches out again, there still is the opportunity for that to be reviewed. And if there's concerns that can be brought back before us.
Like a motion to table.
Have a second.
I'm
Have a
sorry,
motion.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 23 is vacant, 24 is vacant. Moving on to 25. 25A is Edge Pharma. This is a non-resident manufacturer that is, we've requested to appear, and actually we've received a request to table this if I'm not correct. Is that correct, Jennifer? They made a request.
No,
No, we
not-
tabled
not
it
this
from
one.
December. I'm sorry.
That's
My notes.
correct. Yeah, you're correct. It was tabled from December.
Okay. Do we have anybody on the line from Edge?
Yes, we do. Bill Chadoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chadoff. Jennifer, I believe you were the compliance officer that reviewed this one. If you could give just a brief summary on it, please.
Sure. So this is a renewal application for Edge Pharma, who is a non-resident manufacturer, specifically 503B outsourcer, based out of Vermont. And on April 15th, 2021, the Virginia State Board of Pharmacy issued a denial notice to Edge Pharma based on several observations of non-compliance with current good manufacturing practices. And that was based on FDA inspections performed between 2014 through 2020. More recently, on August 31st, 2021, California State Board of Pharmacy issued a notice of denial to Edge Pharma. And this denial was based upon the board's inspection of the facility conducted on August 3rd, 2021 through August 5th, 2021. The board determined at that time that Edge Pharma was not in compliance with good manufacturing practices. On October 26, 2021, the California State Board of Pharmacy ended up issuing a stayed revocation. They placed the license on probation for 4 years. That continues through October 25th, 2025. In your file, there's documentation from the FDA dating back to 2014 through 2021, including Form 483s and a warning letter. So,
thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Mr. Chadoff, would you like to make a brief statement as well?
Yeah, as a 503B outsourcing facility, we're responsible for meeting the FDA CGMP standards, and we take this absolutely seriously. I opened up a month after Obama signed the legislation, and the last 9 years have been an evolution in this space, which is, and every year it becomes more strict and more strict and more strict and more strict. Virginia, and I don't know if you want me to talk to the specifics, but Virginia, we applied a while ago, and at that time they needed an FDA inspection to be within the year. FDA was inspecting me every 2 years. So it just dragged on and dragged on and dragged on until they got to 2020. And we gave them all the information and they just decided to deny it. We spoke to them and they will allow us to reapply. California was a bigger issue. And the main issue with that was allergy treatment sets. That's what started the whole thing. And it was Edge's interpretation of the FDA biological guidance documents, which came out a few years ago and separated out compounded allergy treatment sets for if 503Bs are going to do it, 503As, hospitals, offices. And if someone was going to do that, then certain things had to be done, which is within that guidance, which we were doing in complete compliance. California had another interpretation on it based upon package inserts and everything else. But that's what, and there's no excuses. We signed the discipline order and we're on probation and we're doing all the right things. But those are the two issues, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. But we take this space very, very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Chadoff. I appreciate you being here and answering the questions. Just for clarification, are you shipping into Arizona at this point?
No.
So this would be just for future business?
Yes.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
I have a question. So your homes, what is your home state?
Vermont.
And how is your license in that state currently? Is it
Good standing. Under a
good
503B in good standing.
And they're aware of what's happened in other states?
They were here when the FDA inspectors were here for the entire, I don't know, must have been 3 weeks. Yes, they're aware of everything.
Thank you.
And I'm licensed in 47 states as well.
Board members, additional questions or discussion?
Madam Chair, I do have a question.
Yes.
For legal counsel, with the California stipulation order, if there was any kind of deviation from what was stipulated, they would need to contact us as well. I just want to clarify.
You're asking whether Edge Farmer would be obligated to notify you? If you grant them the permit?
Yeah, so for instance, if we move forward, if there was any kind of deviate, I don't know what the words to use, if they didn't follow the stipulation, would they be required to contact us?
You could make that a condition of the granting of the renewal.
That's kind of where I was leaning. Board members, just a place to start discussion.
That's where I was as well. This is a renewal application. As long as they keep us appraised of all future inspections and any other disciplinary action, I'm okay with renewing it.
I would certainly want to know about any additional disciplinary action before the renewal process. These are pretty significant concerns, and just to make sure that we're able to protect the citizens of Arizona. I certainly would want to know about that before renewal in this particular case. It doesn't seem like there's been any harm, obviously, to patients of Arizona since they haven't been shipping into Arizona at this point in time. I was kind of toying between the idea of what Mr. Solari and Mr. Labor are thinking about, or should we issue something, potentially a probation mirroring California. I don't know if that's necessary. I'm trying to reconcile that in my head at this point in time.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
There's a lot of eyes on me. There's the FDA, there's clearly California. So, I mean, I can't move a pen without someone knowing about it. And I don't mind giving you any information. I'm an open book, but to have additional, especially since nothing happened in Arizona, to have additional scrutiny added on top of this, it becomes, I'm not going to say burdensome because it's the nature of the beast, but the FDA is the FDA. I mean, they're a beast, good beast, but they're a beast. Just a comment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chadoff, at what point in the future do you intend to ship into Arizona? How far are you from getting there?
About a month and a half, 2 months.
Are we able to request that of him to give us reports, or is that just an optional?
I think I would make a motion to approve with confirmation that the permit will contact Arizona if there is any breach of the stipulation orders in place.
Or any new discipline.
Yeah, and I don't think we need to relive anything else. I agree with that, but I would like a show of good faith by the permit that they would update us if anything else took place. And that'll be my motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
And Mr. Chad, if you're okay with that requirement from the board, you would notify them of any breach of the California order or any additional new discipline.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chadoff. Any additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Chadoff. Appreciate your time and attendance today.
Thank you.
25B, Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but we received a request to table this.
You are correct.
Okay, so we can move on to 25C. This is a license renewal application for Ashwin Wagre. Is Mr. Wagre present? It looks like here's Mr. Bozen. And Mr. Wagre, it looks like maybe?
Yes, ma'am. I am present.
Hi. If you could both introduce
Ashwin
yourself on
Wagre.
record. Thank you.
Mark Boson, counsel for Ashwin Wagre.
Thank you both. Board members, we have a license renewal application for Mr. Wagre. This is before us today as he was on probation for an unrelated issue, and he disclosed something on his application. So board staff thought it was appropriate to bring it forward. Mr. Bozen or Mr. Wagre, would you like to make just a brief statement for the board before we proceed with any questions?
Sure. As a summary, this is a renewal application. Mr. Wagre, while not on duty, received a DUI recently, and he'd like to make a statement about that incident.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Ashwin Wagre. I received a DUI in the year June 2020. It was judged against me fairly recently, which I reported on my renewal application for the license. I was in the afternoon, I had an extra, like about 3 drinks, and I was going back after dropping off a family member back home. It was a slightly tougher time for me socially and financially. I had had a difficult conversation with my parents in terms about financing my son's education. He had made it into a very decent college, which I couldn't afford. So I was a little upset. That is not an excuse. And I like to just think it's not an excuse, and I acknowledge the mistake. This is just an explanation of my behavior. And I had gotten into the car against my better judgment. I usually never do that, but this was a mistake, and it happened, I would say about 5 o'clock in the evening, when I was intending to go back home. And I was in an area which I'm usually not, because I dropped somebody off, and I assumed there was a turning. There were 2 lanes to turn onto the highway. And coming close, I realized there was not a turning lane, and I hit the curb there, and my car was disabled. Nobody else was injured. I myself was not injured, but it was found, I was cited with a DUI the second time. So that is what and I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Wagre, for your comments. One question for you. I believe this is your second DUI.
It is, yes, ma'am.
So when was your first DUI?
About 6 to 7 years ago.
Okay, thank you. And staff, he's been in good terms on his probation. That's unrelated to this conduct, but he's been in good standing with his probation, correct?
Is that for me?
No,
no, I was for the staff. Jennifer?
I'll have a Ms. Mitchell respond.
I don't see her on the line.
As far as I'm aware, Ms. Walmsley, yes.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
I have some comments as usual, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Solari.
So his probation became effective December 27th of 2019 for 2 years. He did not request, as far as I know, a termination to his probation, even though he's eligible to do so. His DUI was on June 3rd of 20, which is while he was on probation. He completed the 36 hours of DUI program that the state requires. He was supposed to give us a 10-day notice after the DUI, as we would expect everyone to do. Normally, if he notifies us before we find out, we don't do a civil penalty, which is what has happened here. We basically found out on renewal, but he didn't give us the 10-day notice, but then he was on probation at that time. Per our grid, if an individual has two DUIs and one is greater than 5 years and one is less than 5 years, which is his case, he should get a drug screen and evaluation. And so if we follow the recommendations of our own grid, we'd have to send him for a drug screen and evaluation for his 2 DUIs. To do that, we'd probably have to extend his probation for a year or so, just to make sure he complies with both the drug screen and whatever the recommendations of the evaluator might be. So that's kind of where I'm headed, is sort of extend the period of the probation, comply with the grid recommendation, and send them for a drug screen, and then he would comply with whatever the screener recommended.
So Mo, I would like to make one correction there. I don't think we have to extend his probation. I think we can just extend the license and allow him to get the evaluation, and then based on that, the staff could work to determine what the next step, if we want him to come before us, or if he needs to move into an agreement, or if it was just bad judgment and we could move forward. But I certainly don't think we should hold up his renewal. We should at least make sure that he's safe to practice in the meantime. But I don't know that I think we need to extend the probation. He's not requested to have it lifted, so he couldn't do that until the next meeting anyway.
So you're recommending a consent agreement for him to go to screening?
An interim order would be my recommendation, not a consent agreement. We may find nothing. We may find nothing, and I don't think that that's fair to hold him accountable for that. Mr. Boson, did you have a comment?
I do. There was a court-ordered screening. I understand that is different than the screenings that are generally ordered through one of the 3 board-approved providers. But if it's for your consideration, if you wanted us to work with staff and council on whether or not the court-ordered screening was sufficient for the staff, that could be an option, or if not sufficient, an interim order for a board-approved evaluator would be our request. Either look at the documents he's already got. If it's acceptable to staff and substantially similar to what they would get, the staff could say, that's fine, and come back to the board with a recommendation. Or Executive Director Gandhi could say, no, I'd prefer one of the board-approved people for whatever reason, and then he writes an interim order. If you could make that as an option to the staff between now and the next meeting, when you would get a report, that's something worth considering in our request.
I don't think we've allowed that in the past.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Boson, what was this timeline of when that evaluation was court ordered?
It's a good question, and I have the paperwork in front of me. It was completed. Went through all the minute entries. Ashwin, do you know off the top of your head when you had to go through?
November, December. I finished it before the court ordered it.
It was between the arrest and the court order, and it was approximately the fall of 2021. So it was
So less than a year ago.
Was it 2021 or
Yes,
2020?
2021.
It was less than a year ago. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Since you've had the evaluation, can we find what the results are? Why do we have to wait for the board staff to make that determination? If there was a evaluation, can we be told what the result is? Maybe we need to go in executive session for confidentiality, but I don't see if we have it, why can't we know it?
Just Galvin, can you give some direction? Is that appropriate?
If Mr. Rosen wants to discuss the findings of that evaluation, it would be appropriate for the board to hear that in executive session.
Mr. Bozen, is that something you'd like to do today, or would you prefer to work that out with staff in between and bring it back before us?
It would be my preference to work it out in between. Mostly because I don't have the full evaluation in front of me, and I feel a little unprepared that I don't have that complete document in front of me. So executive session, I don't think would be a useful for the board's time.
Okay.
But I wanted to offer that as an option. We could provide the full report to the staff, have staff evaluate it for sufficiency. If not sufficient, then a routine interim order with one of the 3 approved providers would be a pathway to consider. If the board just feels more comfortable with one of the 3 approved providers in an interim order, we can agree to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bozen. I appreciate your consideration for the board's time. Board members' thoughts?
For consistency and for the purpose of going forward, remaining and past decisions, I guess, I think that we should go ahead and use one of our board approved evaluators. That'd be my motion, to do an interim order for an evaluation through a board approved evaluator.
I agree. This is Kevin.
And keeping his license open and in its current status,
right?
Until we're able to make a determination.
Right. And Ms. Walmsley, that automatically remains open and valid. He submitted a timely application for renewal. And so until the board acts on that under statute, his current license remains status quo.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that he has the opportunity to continue to work.
Yes.
And just as a matter of operational procedure, it's only active until the end of this session. So if staff could extend it until the next board meeting, it expires online Friday.
That would be my intent.
Jennifer Kay, to ensure that the status is accurately reflected, but no action from the board is necessary.
Correct, Mr. Bozen, that will be extended.
We appreciate it. I know it's routine. I just didn't want it to get lost in the minutes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can
So,
I-
go ahead, Mo.
I agree in general terms with Ms. Snare's interpretation that it should be one of our providers. But if I still would like the board staff to have a chance to look at the results of the court-ordered provider in case that it is extremely severe. It may be that, they recommend certain amount of treatment and that kind of stuff, as opposed to ours, which may not do that. And so I guess I tend to agree with Mr. Bozen to give him a chance to present the findings of the court-ordered evaluation to the board staff. And if they didn't think that was sufficient, then they could always proceed with our evaluator. But trying to save time and money for both us and them.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with Mr. Solari, and I'm speaking from my opinion now. I don't feel like we have a psychological component here. I don't feel like we have an addiction component here. I feel like the results of the court-ordered case could be reviewed by the ED and AAG, and a determination of next steps could be made safely for their Arizona citizens. So I'd be in favor in letting them go to that next step and look at it. The cases that were different, where we said absolutely not, had different facts to them, and that's why I'm more lenient on this one.
I agree, and it's been close to the 10 years at this point in time. I feel like this is a little bit different in this particular case, so I would be in favor of allowing staff to at least look at it. And if it doesn't need to be done, then that's the case. And if it needs to move forward with the interim order, then they could draft that. I think we can just authorize them to do so, but give them the opportunity to review what's there.
So there is a motion. It was seconded, and unless it's withdrawn, you could vote and see what happens to the motion, and we should probably do a roll call.
Jean, if you could remind me, what's the motion on the floor?
The motion was made by Ms. Snare and seconded by Mr. Dang to issue an interim order using one of the board's approved evaluators.
Thank you.
I don't know that it's going to pass, but my opinion hasn't changed. So
Okay.
if you'd like me to withdraw, I would, but
No, we can take the vote. Mr. Dang, does your second still stand?
Yes.
Jennifer, if you could do a roll call, because I think we're going to be divided here.
Sure. Mr. Solari,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
apologize, just one moment. If I can start over, please, Mr. Solari,
Nay.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Nay.
Mr. Minkus, could you repeat that, please?
Nay.
Thank you. Mr. Leba,
Nay.
Ms. Layhan,
Recused.
thank you. Ms. Walmsley,
Nay.
Mr. Tong,
Nay.
was that a nay?
Nay.
Ms. Snare?
I
Okay, then the motion failed.
Failed. Do I have an alternative motion?
I'm sure I'd make a motion to allow DED and AAG to work with Mr. Wagre and Mr. Bozen on evaluating the last court-ordered evaluation and then moving forward at that point.
And potentially issuing an interim consent, an interim order for an evaluation if necessary.
If deemed necessary.
Seconded, ma'am.
I have a motion and a second. I guess let's do roll call just to make sure.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Yes.
Ms. Layhan, recused. Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Mr. Tong,
Aye.
and Ms. Snare.
I
I'm
have
sorry.
it.
Thank
She
you.
said aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bozen. Thank you, Mr. Wagre. Appreciate your attendance and for answering questions today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, 25D, Jennifer Cunningham. Is Ms. Cunningham on the line?
Yes, Ms. Cunningham, as well as myself, Brenton Barber, her attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
Board members, we have an application, renewal application before us today. Ms. Cunningham reported an arrest that occurred in Oregon. The Oregon board did not take any action on her license, but we felt it was necessary to go ahead and bring this renewal forward to the full board. Ms. Cunningham or Mr. Barber, would you like to make a brief statement to the board about what transpired?
Yes, if I could just make a brief statement on behalf of my client.
Madam Chair, before we proceed, it appears that Ms. Cunningham is in Oregon. Can we just confirm that Mr. Breton is licensed in the state of Arizona?
Mr. Britton, can you answer that?
I'm not sure what the question was.
Are you barred in Arizona? Do you have a license to practice law in Arizona?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't.
You'd be surprised.
I'm not sure where that question even came from.
It's routine.
You
It's
can look up
routine
my
for
name on az-bar.org.
It's a routine question for anybody that's representing from someone from out of state. And I forgot that she was not
Yeah, I mean, that would
located out
be
of state.
egregious, a violation of Arizona law. So I'm just shocked I was asked that question. I appear before all the boards and.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead and if you would like to make a statement. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, Miss Cunningham has been licensed in Arizona for 18 years. She has not practiced here in 18 years. She has it via reciprocity. Miss Cunningham had an incident in September of 2020 for which she was arrested. It was related to an incident that occurred on her property during the wildfires. That incident, although well over a year old, is going to trial. She was under investigation by the Oregon Board of Pharmacy for some period of time. However, they ultimately decided to close the case, taking no action pending basically the outcome of her trial. She is she never lost the ability to practice in Oregon. She's still working in Oregon. Again, she hasn't worked in Arizona for 18 years. And so I would just humbly suggest that possibly her renewal be left sort of in abeyance pending the outcome of her trial, which is coming up. And at that point, obviously the Oregon board, if she were to be, found guilty at her trial, would take disciplinary action that would reverberate here and everywhere else. And that would be my suggestion, because that's where Oregon is at right now. And she's not even practicing in Arizona.
Thank you. That was kind of my thought as well. These charges are just that, they're charges. This isn't been settled yet. She's not practicing in Arizona. My thought was to allow the license to renew and have her provide us any updates regarding the case, the outcome of the case as a condition of the renewal. That's kind of where my head was now, but certainly open to additional feedback. And if anyone has any questions for Ms. Cunningham or her attorney.
I agree with you.
And if I just may, her license does currently expire in 2 days. So
yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Cunningham, Mr. Britton, are you amenable to that that you'll notify us if there is one of the outcome of the case, and if there's any additional action taken by Oregon in the interim?
Yes, obviously, were she to be convicted, she would have an obligation to report that under other Arizona statutes as it relates to the pharmacy board. And additionally, any action taken by Oregon would be immediately reported.
Thank you. And Ms. Cunningham, you understand that?
Yes, and I agree.
Thank you. Did I have a motion or not?
You made a recommendation, or
Yes.
you started the conversation, but
Yes.
you made a motion.
Board members, do we have any additional discussion, or do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the renewal.
Second.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Appreciate both of your time and attendance today.
Thank you so much to the honorable board. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 27A is Jessica Tatum Foster Smith. This is the technician trainee licensee applicant. I am recused from this item. If you could take it, Ms. Mayor.
Sure, thank you. So is anyone on the line? Is Miss Tatum Foster on the line? Excuse me, Foster Smith on the line? Okay. Do we want to try to contact her? Or table this for tomorrow?
Madam Chair, may I share my thoughts?
Yes, please.
These charges are 15 years old. There's no current charges. She has a valid fingerprint clearance card. I don't see any reason to stretch this out or any reason to make her appear. And so if everybody's okay with this, I'm okay approving this application.
Second.
This is Jennifer. If I may just make the board aware, she was asked to appear in September and December, and she failed to do so. She was subpoenaed to appear at this meeting. And that was at the board's request.
Well, that if we've sent her a subpoena and she hasn't appeared, that's a different issue. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out.
And I know it's older, but that it is a bit disturbing to see how many times there's been a DUI. So I think we were wanting to get some conversation about what's taken place since that time and now.
Are the requirements to let the license expire due to an activity, or the request expire due to an activity, the same for technician applicants as it is to for licenses?
I think so. It sounds
Madam
correct.
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Labor.
Board staff, have we had any contact with Ms. Foster Smith?
Yes, let me find that in the book, Mr. Leba.
And just when was that last time? Was it by email on, what is that, June 3rd, 2021, or has there been more?
Just
Or was that
checking out.
July?
While you're checking, Mr. Solari, I would be almost maybe uncomfortable with not taking action when there was no response to a subpoena. That would be the only difference here for me.
Agreed. I'm with you.
I'm not identifying that communication. If Ms. Mitchell is on the line, she might be able to further speak to that.
Sure, this is Jennifer Mitchell. I sent an email to Ms. Foster Smith on January 3rd with a subpoena compelling her attendance, and she responded saying she was still very interested in pursuing an additional career. And I gave her the Zoom link, and I notified her that her application might not be approved if she didn't come.
Okay. Hearing that, are we interested in tabling or giving a chance for her to respond for tomorrow? Was there a certain day that she was given, or time period or anything?
Yeah, the subpoena was specific for today.
Okay. Do we want to try to call her name later in the day to see before we take action? How does everyone feel about that?
I think it's a good idea.
Agree.
So board staff, how many times have we attempted to contact this person?
This is at least the third time.
And do you know for sure that we have the correct contact info, like cell phone, correct address, correct email?
Well, she responded to my email, so I'm assuming this is the correct email address. And I believe she talked to Dr. Gandhi at one point on the phone.
Is it possible maybe that we make a motion and then say ask for a motion to proceed to hearing unless she makes herself known today? So I'm not sure, even if she makes herself known, that we would proceed differently if she hadn't responded to a subpoena.
I missed the subpoena in my initial thing, but I'm looking at the subpoena right now, and it directly commands her to be on February 9th, which is today at 8:30 a.m. So I would say come back to this at the close of business today before we close. If she's not available at that time, we deny it for refusing to comply with the order of a subpoena.
Yep.
You would have to open a new complaint for failure to comply with the board's subpoena. But I understand where you're headed, but procedurally, it would be a complaint for non-compliance with the subpoena.
So maybe I should request executive session for legal advice just to weigh our options here, because I understand that. I'm just not sure what we could do with this then if it has to be a separate complaint, what we do with the license renewal request. So may I request the executive session for legal advice?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Sorry, we got a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Can we get the request to be put into a executive session? Thank you. Okay, looks like we are all back. Board members, anybody like to further the discussion or make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to table this and create a new complaint for failure to comply with the subpoena.
Is there a second?
I will second that, man.
Okay, Mr. Slaughter. Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think Dr. Gandhi is back at least momentarily. They haven't got to the bill yet, is my understanding, in the legislature. So Dr. Gandhi, if you want to direct me, should we go ahead and take 29A, or do we want to do a little bit of your report knowing that you're going to be missing for part of the afternoon again today?
Madam Chair, I think 29A will go pretty quick and then we can jump into my report.
Okay, sounds great. 29A, this is action on previous action. This is an item that has been pending for quite some time. It is it's related to Axia, and they sent compounds into Arizona without a valid license, and there was harm on an Arizona citizen with this particular issue. We've tabled this several different times. There was an appeal that was pending that apparently failed, and since then, Mr. Mohajerian is no longer representing this client. At this point in time, I believe our only real action that we can take is to potentially move it to hearing.
Madam Chair, would we move to hearing, or would we refer to another agency?
Mr. Hargraves or Ms. Galvin, if you could give some direction there. I think they're no longer operating at this point in time, so I don't know.
Yeah, my understanding is they're no longer operating. They are located out of state. You do have the authority to proceed with the hearing for a civil penalty for their past violations. I'm not sure with them being out of state where that referral would go to. I don't know if Jean has some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I do see a formal hearing for civil penalties as one of your options. Effectuating service may be a little bit difficult, but their last known address of record is what we would be obligated to attempt to reach them.
Should we issue a civil penalty? Is there any way to make sure we collect on that, or is it going to just go away and never be heard from again?
Well, if it goes through the process of a hearing and the board issues an order for a civil penalty, if it's not paid, it could be forwarded to collection. Whether or not it eventually gets paid is another story.
Madam Chair, if I may add, that also gives us a trail that we did something and treated this company like we did every other company. And we have a record, so if they ever want licensure again, we can actually bring this back up.
So board staff is recommending the route of a formal hearing with a civil penalty, or to seek a civil penalty?
To seek a discipline that the board sees fit.
I make a motion for hearing.
Have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Gandhi, you're next up. Ms. Kiana Vong already addressed the resignation of Mr. Goodman, but if there's anything else you'd like to share there, we'll go ahead and get started with your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jennifer, for covering me during this meeting. Just a quick update, they're still on the first bill that started discussion at 9 a.m. So I may be here till midnight, never know, but this is legislative time, so let the fun begin. Again, you guys have already heard about the resignation of our board member Goodman. He was very vague in his message to me, so I don't know what drew that decision, but if I hear anything, I'll keep you guys posted. We did undergo a sunset review. I did share with you guys a link to that video. It didn't go as well as I hoped. I didn't take it very well initially, but after the weekend passed, I accepted the results. I definitely know we have an opportunity to fix a lot of things, and we have already. So I think we'll be bigger, better, stronger as we approach the next follow-up audit and then a full audit in 4 years. So any questions on that, guys?
Just appreciate all your hard work on that. I know it took a long time and caused some problems, but I appreciate you and your staff and everything you guys did.
Well, it was a learning curve I'm an operator by heart, and with operator mindset, it helps to have an auditor also. And I think at the time, Elizabeth played an awesome role. And then Jennifer picked up the pieces. I think they knew that I didn't have the patience for the auditors, and they covered me and did the best they could. And we're on the right track. So I think we're going to do really well in the next audit.
I would like to second the thanks of that, Dr. Gandhi. Just thank you. I know that your staff has put in a ton of work on all of the different areas of opportunity that the auditors addressed, and look forward to continuing to work with you on making sure that those resolutions happen. So thank you for your efforts here. I know it was probably a challenging day for you.
That was a learning curve. It's a learning opportunity. But thank you, guys. I appreciate your thoughts and compliments. Next one is board metrics. I know this is always a sore subject with many folks in the industry. I did put a spreadsheet in your board books, a caption of what it's just simple metrics, right? So at the time I captured this, we had 23 pharmacist applications pending, which means we haven't touched them yet, which isn't that many. We had 207. What's alarming is we have 271 that were in progress for pharmacists. And the reason they're in progress is either they have not taken the exam yet, and some have let a year go by that are in progress and still waiting to take the NAPLEX or MPJE, or they've taken and failed it. So those are metrics that I can't really shift because it's not dependent on board staff. It's dependent on the applicant to study hard and or either sign and take the exam. So that's the bulk of it right there. I went through about 50% of the 271, and I didn't find one that stood out other than they didn't take it or they failed the exam. Interns, same thing, 32 pending, 83 in progress, which means either we haven't gotten a transcript or validation of their entry into pharmacy school, or something is missing on their application. Technician, no different. Matter of fact, we did implement mandatory uploads for documents. And as of recent, we have seen technician trainees upload their actual fingerprints and not give us cards. So we're seeing an uptick of that right now. So it is kind of disheartening and alarming that folks aren't able to follow directions. We have an instruction guide that says we don't need fingerprints. We need a card, and the card looks like this, and they're still not reading the instructions and not uploading what they need to. As far as permits, we had 99 pharmacy permits. That number is inflated because we had a change of ownership of about 40 locations. And so that number should be lower instead of 99, but only 22 of them and 23 of them in progress. So you can see we're managing. I can go through other metrics as well, but it's a similar story. No need to kind of regurgitate the same story. But I have to compliment my team. They're doing a phenomenal job, and they're controlling what they can control. There are things outside of our control. We are trying to manage and encourage people to submit the required documents so we can move them forward. But as we invest more time on that side of the equation, then processing falls behind. And so we're trying to balance the equation and do the best we can for these applicants. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi, for preparing this and for bringing this to light. Definitely, I think it's helpful to see this. I think you and I have also discussed that you're in the process of trying to add another licensing specialist too, to hopefully help to increase the processing times as well.
That is correct, Madam Chair. We have 2 positions that we're seeking right now, an administrative assistant and a licensing specialist. And we're getting creative. I do ask for input from my team on how to best workflow these applications. And we have a process that we want to implement. We just need that extra body. Next subject, thank you. Next subject is one that's increasing and I think needs further discussion. We have licensed pharmacy technicians compounding for physicians in clinics and medical centers. These licensed pharmacy technicians are not being supervised by pharmacists, and by our statutes and rules, licensed pharmacy technicians need to be supervised by pharmacists. We get a number of calls in a given week saying my physician or clinician or medical centers are asking me to get a pharmacy license so that I can compound for them. This is an increasing opportunity. As you guys all know, compounding is a big discussion across the country with the FDA. And it is one of the most dangerous functions of a pharmacist and a pharmacist to supervise, but a pharmacist is not involved in this process. And so that is a concern for board staff. And we're not sure how to maneuver through this process without your direction.
Dr. Gandhi, do you need some direction here? I think that this is certainly a pretty complicated topic and would be worth getting some stakeholder input and feedback here. I think that this is obviously a very important safety issue for the citizens of Arizona to make sure that compounds are prepared properly, but I want to make sure that we have the appropriate stakeholders in the room to have the discussion. It's kind of where my head is at this point in time.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Gandhi, what's the scale? What are we talking about here? And how are you notified that this is taking place?
We had initially learned of folks that call and say, hey, I need to apply for a pharmacy technician license because my business is now requiring it. And then our next question is, well, what business is that? Well, I'll be working for XYZ company. I don't want to call them out just yet, but XYZ company, and I'll be supervised by a physician. So we're like, well, you can't be supervised by a physician as a pharmacy technician. So I think some of these businesses got creative and created a different title for these folks to call them admixture technicians. But at the end of the day, they still have a pharmacy technician license. And so I'm not sure if physicians understand that they're even though these technicians are trained to compound, that there's a supervision component in the whole process. And if something goes south, we have a licensed individual that's compounding out there.
Right. So Dr. Gandhi, have you reached out to medical board? And
so federally, physicians are allowed to compound. Now, the gravity and scope of their delegatory authority, I don't know. I wanted your direction on how to move forward with this discussion topic before I approached anybody.
Just to share some thoughts, if I may, Madam Chair. This is a little bit beyond compounding. You could say that in chemotherapy clinics, could a technician under the supervision of a nurse or a physician make IV compounds, sterile compounding, that kind of thing. The statutes are pretty clear on this, that the technicians need to be under the supervision of a pharmacist. And so rather than holding meetings or whatever, maybe we should stick to the text of the statute and enforce the fact that people are not following it.
Right.
I kind of agree with you, Mo, and I think that my advice would be, when you come across these, to invite them to the board, open a complaint and invite them to be reviewed.
And I agree with that as well. You know, we interpret our statutes. If we start again granting deviations in some way or holding meetings, you're just opening the way for all kinds of stuff to happen out there without pharmacist supervision. And I don't think that's safe or in the best interest of our citizens.
Exactly.
We've seen some pretty scary situations where an error could be mass multiplied depending on how many people get it. And to me, it would be detrimental if we knew a technician was compounding not under the direct supervision of a pharmacist to allow it to continue.
But Mr. Leba, wasn't this just a question of how they could proceed or how they could, or are you saying when it's found out in the field to have open a complaint? I thought this was just a question of how to do it.
Dr. Gandhi asked what the direction would be, and my opinion would be to have them appear before the board, open a complaint, appear before the board.
If it's found when they do a inspection, because
that's why I asked what the scale was.
Gotcha.
And he's finding out.
The
And
challenge is going to be here. Sorry to interrupt. That Dr. Gandhi's team does not necessarily inspect these facilities.
Yeah.
This is a blind spot for us, exactly.
These are doctors, these are in doctors' offices doing just what you're talking about, mixing chemo admixture and things like that. Dr. Gandhi's team wouldn't be in these facilities.
And could they be operating as a physician's delegated authority, you know?
I think they could, but they would have to surrender their technician license.
They would have to what? Give up their license?
Literally, we have no eyes on it because we don't inspect. Our compliance officers don't go into these offices. So if that practice was to continue and if it was legal, which I would have to get further educated on, they would have to surrender that license in order to not be a compounding technician.
I don't know, or they just aren't working under the authority of their license and they're working as an agent of the physician.
If they have a technician license though, they're a technician. You see what I mean? And if it's in good standing and they're licensed with this board.
They are asked, by some companies, they are asked to get a pharmacy technician license by the company. And so if they're asked to do it, but then they're like, hey, we're not asking them to work as a pharmacy technician, we're asking them to work as an admixture technician. Why are they being asked to get a pharmacy tech? Now, not all companies are doing that. Some companies are, and some companies are encouraging pharmacy technician license, but not mandating that request. So it's, again, I don't know the gravity of the situation. I don't know how much is happening out there, but it has increased. We've seen increased activity as of the last several months.
My recommendation would be to A, the board is against this. Number two, if on their employment, when they update their employment status, we see that it's not a pharmacy, but it's a physician's office or some other non-pharmacy entity, then at that point we need to flag these people, contact them, find out what they're doing. And if what they're doing is compounding not under the supervision of a pharmacist, then we open a complaint or we tell them they can't do that, they shouldn't take that job.
Do we also have Dr. Gandhi contact the medical board and make sure that they're aware that technicians do need to be under the supervision of a pharmacist, so that way the medical board is also aware of that in case there's questions?
Yeah, that's good.
Any additional discussion, or are we ready for a motion on this item? Dr. Gandhi, you do need a motion, right?
Oh, I would like clean cut direction, yes.
So I would like it to make a motion that Dr. Gandhi reach out to the medical board and informing the physicians that pharmacy technicians by law have to work under the supervision of the pharmacist.
I'll second.
I think that's part of it. But
Yeah.
I think the other part he's looking for is what to do when it's discovered.
Oh, we will open a complaint like what we have discussed and review the case-by-case basis.
I agree.
Ms. Lehan, does your second stand?
Yes, it does. In my second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Dr. Gandhi, are you still okay on time?
Yes, I haven't gotten any notification to be there just yet.
Okay.
Next agenda item, Ms. Walmsley and I had an opportunity to attend an interactive member forum, a virtual meeting, to discuss some hot topics across the country. First, of course, was the Federal PrEP Act, vaccinators, waivers, and so forth, and how the boards are moving forward and trying to solidify those in their home state. And we're also trying to do the same thing. We have some additional roadblocks that other states don't have, but we'll continue to work and move forward with some of these opportunities that happened during the COVID crisis. Any other thoughts on that, Lori?
No, just it was a pleasure to participate in the panel discussion and represent Arizona on kind of what we did. So thank you for the opportunity to do that. Overall, I think the discussions were really good. A lot of really pertinent and germane hot topics going on in the industry.
Definitely, and some subjects worth mentioning that were heavily discussed is workplace safety and well-being. Obviously, you guys may have seen articles published about that subject matter. Take a look at it if you haven't. It is something that's boiling up to the top, especially in this time frame with the pandemic. There's a lot of stressors out there, and not a lot of relievers. It just amplified. I think we had some stressors pre-COVID, and what would have taken maybe 10, 15 years to come together, this kind of sped up the process, and we've kind of seen it more as of recent. Other topics involve digital healthcare. Telehealth is a huge hot topic. Telepharmacy is a huge hot topic. And for every one telepharmacy that's shut down, 10 more pop up. And these are not legitimate sites. They're patients that are getting hurt from medications that are counterfeit, adulterated, whatever it may be, hitting the marketplace. And these guys are getting very creative where they may seem like they're licensed by the states, licensed, authorized by FDA and NABP, but it's getting alarming what's taking place on the web right now for healthcare. So people definitely need to be extra careful on where they seek their healthcare needs. They may save a few dollars, but it's going to cost them a lot more in the long run.
I think there was some discussion around some fraudulent products that came through not purchasing from a valid wholesaler.
Correct. And that's where the president of NABP kind of talked about Drug Supply Chain Securities Act. So there were some subjects that overlapped. Last thing that was discussed, and I put a nice little diagram on the board book, is white bagging, brown bagging. It's not lunch. It's actually a process for moving drugs around, and what is the best standard to make sure that the patient is getting good medication, and that medication that was adulterated in a process as it was transported from one site to another. So that is something worth discussing. I think there's a bill also in place that has white bagging discussed in it, but it is something across the country so these topics are hot buttons right now.
I have a comment on the workplace safety and well-being discussion.
Sure.
I do see that there's a big oversight there. I only see pharmacists mentioned. And I would say that was inclusive of all pharmacy staff. But just a comment.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Any questions on that? Perfect. So we have our annual NABP meeting, guys, coming. It's going to be in Arizona at the Wild Horse Pass, May 19th through the 21st. And like every year, I ask for a delegate and an alternate. I'm hoping that all of you guys can participate since it is local. The only expense would be obviously the admissions fee to it. But it's local. It'd be nice to have a full Arizona board presence there. But at this time, I have you guys discuss a delegate and an alternate.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. And I would definitely recommend any board members that have the opportunity to be present, do so. These are always great discussions, a great opportunity to collaborate with other board members and hear what's happening in their states. We all are facing the same challenges. So hearing the ways that they've solved some of the same issues is, I think, certainly helpful to us as we're moving forward with decision making. So hopefully as many people will attend as possible. Thoughts on a delegate? I don't know how many people have already planned to attend. I'm planning to attend. I believe we get one scholarship through NABP. Is that correct, Dr. Gandhi?
Yes, we do. And I have to see the terms and conditions, whether the home state is being hosted and qualifies. But right now I'll say yes.
I would like to be the delegate, if throw my hat in the ring, I guess, as the delegate.
Me too. I would be interested in attending the meeting as an alternate delegate.
So I'm hearing that Ms. Snare would like to be the delegate and Mr. Dang would like to be the alternate delegate. Any other suggestions or concerns, or do I have a motion? I mean, anyone will have the opportunity to obviously discuss items. We usually all will meet together, and the delegate's purpose is to really cast the vote on behalf of Arizona, but we certainly all will work together on that. So I'm in support of that.
And I'll make a motion for Ms. Snare to be our delegate and Mr. Dang to represent us as alternate delegate to the annual meeting in May 19th through 21.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, let's move on. Dr. Gandhi, do we want to try and hit a couple of the legislative items, or?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
Okay.
I mean, there's only 39 of them, 40 of them that I'm tracking, but shouldn't
Just
take
a little bit this year. Not
Shouldn't
busy
take
at all.
No, I've incorporated a lot of bills. There were some additional ones that dropped. 2559 involves OA and GERC. A lot of these bills are more in-house managements on how we deal with open meeting laws and certain things, which really doesn't concern the board. They need to know about it, so I put them in the minutes or in the meeting here. Some of the notable ones are ones being discussed today, Senate Bill 1016, and thank you for the authority to speak on behalf of the board and voting it on it early before I get myself in the hot seat again. It is run by Senator Townsend. The bill is being heard today. Not the health. The bill is restricts pharmacists from exercising their professional judgment during a health emergency. And it simply states that. So there's no room for any professional judgment discussion. There's no room for of variance in a liability. So if something happened to the patient and the prescription was filled the way it was written, pharmacists could be still held accountable. So there's nothing expansive in that bill other than they got to fill it, you know. So it is a problem. I will be addressing the Senate when they call that bill up today for discussion. The next bill is.
So Dr. Gandhi, just to jump in, just since you weren't part of our discussion, we were in unanimous support of the discussion that you and I had yesterday to oppose the bill for all the same reasons that we discussed. First and foremost, the pharmacist's right and role in the patient safety pieces of it. So certainly, thank you for standing up for the board on this particular matter. We did also authorize you to work with stakeholders on potential amendments if necessary as the bill moves forward. Dr. Solari, did you want to make an additional comment on that one?
Just one other quick thing. Product shortages was not included. If we have an opportunity to add language, if there's a product shortage, should be exempted. I remember in the early days of COVID, hydroxychloroquine was back ordered. And then, with the ivermectin, sometimes the doses are so high that you can't even get them. And so if we can insert language in there, remember to include also product shortages, outages, that kind of stuff.
Thank you. I'll definitely bring that up if there's further discussion, negotiations on this bill. But I will definitely share my thoughts when this bill is introduced today. Senate Bill 1116, it's being run by Senator Bartow. It passed by the Senate Health already. It prohibits a PBM from steering or directing a patient to use a PBM's affiliated pharmacy or DME provider. I think that's kind of been a touching point for a number of years about PBMs directing traffic. So that did pass the Senate Health and going to the Senate floor in the near future. Senate Bill 1162, again run by Senator Bartow. It also passed the Senate Health. It exempts patients and perioperative surgical pain, intractable pain, chronic intractable pain from statutory opioid prescription dosage restrictions. We have a ton of restrictions as is. We've had a discussion with Senator Bartow about trying to clean up our data to get a clear visibility on who's checking, who's not. But when you continue to add exemptions to the language, to the law, it becomes very muddy unless we start collecting ICD-10 codes and stuff like that. Now, that is a subject that's being discussed about the ICD-10 codes. And it may be future legislation that the board and I would have to discuss. But as we start making exemptions, again, our data that we have through the CSPMP is always going to be muddy. We'll never get a clear picture on who's exactly checking, the percentage of physicians, percentage of pharmacists, and so forth. Next bill is Senate Bill 1200. Senator Pace is sponsoring. This is our bill. I've had this run by you guys several months ago for your approval. Puts timeframes on notifications to the boards, hours of operation to report to the board if they're closed for five days or more. Reports adverse events from compounded product that resulted in patient being hospitalized or resulted in death, and the parameters on issuance of a subpoena. Any questions on our bill? Perfect. Senate Bill 1232, again, Senator Bartow running it. It's a continuation of our bill. This is a result from our sunset review. We were granted 4 years extension and we'll be ready for our next audit. Senate Bill 1413, Senator Rogers. It looks like Senator Rogers took Senator Townsend's thoughts and put, and it just amplified it. So it takes out the health emergency and restricts any pharmacist from refusing any medication if a legitimate prescriber wrote it. That is very alarming. Fortunately, if this bill does go through, it doesn't impact federal law. So we still have that corresponding responsibility that the federal jurisdiction still has. But there's going to be definitely confusion.
Dr. Gandhi, I think this is another one, at least in my perspective, that we need to take an opinion on. I think this is even worse than 1016. My thoughts carry over that this causes grave concerns for patient safety for me, and I feel strongly that our board should oppose it as is.
Agreed. And I just want to go back to Senate Bill 1016. It says a pharmacy shall not refuse to fill a medication. So I think it's all encompassing of the staff inside a pharmacy. So just for clarification, guys.
Do you need a motion if we want you to take action, or do you want to do that at the end for all of them?
If there's a pain point, a bill that I announce and to briefly explain it, if there's something, definitely stop me and say, hey, we got a concern and we'd like you to address it, because otherwise you're going to have to carve out and make it confusing at the end.
So this is one, I mean, board members speak up. This is one I feel strongly we should oppose as a board.
Great.
I agree. I had this marked on my thing to also bring that up, but yes, you're correct, and I agree with everything you said.
Perfect. I will do that, Madam Chair. 1469, again by Senator Bartow, states that law enforcement will need to obtain a search warrant to request information from the PMP. This is going to add an extra step for law enforcement. Other states have moved in this direction to add that extra layer to protect the public in general from investigations that may be just curiosity's sake, I guess. I don't feel law enforcement would do that, but there is some concern out there regarding what law enforcement may be doing. Again, it's not going to change a whole lot of processes internally from board staff on how they manage it, except now we need an extra piece of paper that's a search warrant. Next bill, 1568, Senator Bartow again. Complaints shall disclose themselves. Respondent is entitled to have a complete investigatory file, which includes the complainant who filed a complaint. Puts time frame for complaints to be resolved. Respondents given right to seek an attorney. Makes board pay for evaluations. Senator Bartow, stakeholders, other agencies, this affects all health boards, not just the pharmacy board. It was language that was drafted by one of our attorneys we managed all the time with. We'd had an extensive discussion. The intent that was shared with me was it is to draw attention to how short-staffed agencies are, and to shed light with the other legislators saying, hey, if we want to continue to protect Arizonians, we need to support our agencies and give them the adequate staffing models. So this bill is continuing to be discussed. It's going to continue to evolve, and I'll keep you posted.
Dr. Grandi, I had a couple questions on this one. So how many of our complaints go beyond the 180 days? I know sometimes they go beyond 180 days because of some of our processes. Sometimes it's because we get requests from the respondent side that they want to postpone it. I guess what percentage of our cases would fit into this criteria that would fall under that automatic dismissal?
Thank you for asking that, Madam Chair. So the numbers I shared with Senator Bartow and the other agencies and anybody that was on the call was, and I looked back about 4 or 5 years, and I took 2,500 complaints that we managed over that time period. And out of the 2,500 complaints, we managed to resolve 77% of those complaints within 6 months or less, and 88% within 280 days or less. So 6 months plus 120 days. So we have a pretty good record, but again, 12% out of 2,500 is a large amount that would have been dismissed if this bill passes. And those are complex cases. What's interesting is if you follow the normal course of complaint conference hearing, that alone without any hiccups takes 6 months, right? So if there's an extension that an attorney needs or something all of a sudden came from left field and we need to further look at it, that's going to put us beyond the 6 months. And then it becomes relative on what is complicated. Because if it's a complicated case, you get that extra 120 days. And what is not complicated, that hasn't been defined either. So again, there would be 12% of cases that fall out of that range and would have to be automatically dismissed.
Thank you for that. Then my other question for you was on the last statement that you had about the evaluations. So if I'm hearing you correctly, and if I'm reading section D correctly, the board would be responsible for paying for the evaluation if we order it?
That is correct. The board would be responsible. Obviously, it becomes a challenge when we're inappropriate. We want to do everything we can to help that individual, right? I mean, we don't have a knee-jerk reaction and say, hey, you committed a violation. You had 2 DUIs, we're taking your license away. We obviously do work with them, get an evaluation, have them maintain their license while they go through the program if that's what's required. But again, it was stated during the meeting that, and I believe Ms. Galvin and Seth always talk about it during hearing, having a license is a privilege, not a right. And if there's concerns about needing an evaluation, that should be the burden of the license holder, not necessarily the agency that's regulating them. But that would, if that language does stick, that would definitely need an appropriation revisit because this is something that our agency could not afford with the current appropriation and it's given.
So how would we even know and be able to manage that? I mean, we don't know how many people we're going to send for an evaluation or to what extent of an evaluation that would be required. I guess that's one of my concerns with this bill is not necessarily the requirement that it be with the board, but how do we manage that from a budgetary standpoint to make sure that we aren't sacrificing other things that also need to be done?
See, that becomes a balancing act, and I'm glad you asked that again, Ms. Walmsley. Is my concern is if I come to board and say, okay, we have X number of evaluations that we can perform this. And once we exceed that amount, I'll exceed my appropriation. And then that becomes an issue for me as an executive director, not managing our budget accordingly. That question is still up in the air. I don't know how to answer that. My concern is if we're going to be balancing our books and trying to protect the public at the same time, are we going to then say, well, this one is not as serious and this one is more serious, so let's not do it this way. So we may overlook some evaluations just to control our budget, and I hope that we don't do that. But if push comes to shove, that we have to balance the books and we have to protect the public, there's a give and take.
And part of that too is protecting our licensees too. So the evaluation is not just to protect the citizens of Arizona. That also means the licensee, in my perspective. So, ensuring that they get the appropriate medical assistance that they need if there is a substance use disorder, not just necessarily a punishment, if you will. It's about rehabilitation for those people as well. That perhaps this is the impetus for them to get it.
Agreed, Madam Chair.
Board members, any additional questions for Dr. Gandhi or discussion, thoughts on this one? I mean, what is the likelihood that this is going to get heard, or you have the ability to come forward to the president to ask for an opinion if there's additional amendments, those kinds of things? I know it's still pretty early, but.
It is. So the language in your board books today is the initial draft. There's going to be amendments to this, I believe. I'm pretty much sure there will be. So I don't know what that language looks like today. So I mean, maybe premature to even vote on it because that's going to continue to evolve. And if I have the pleasure of working with board chair as the modifications are made, and we'll chime in accordingly. Okay. Madam Chair, if I may move on to the next one.
Go ahead.
Senate Bill 1569. Again, Senator Bartow removes language to have permittees or licensees to report another permittee or licensee for unprofessional conduct. Moves to license a technician trainee to a registration process. We would still have authority over them and the appropriate discipline if they violate that. Allows a pharmacist to distribute compounded products to veterinarians without limits. So I want to elaborate on a couple of them here. The registration component is an interesting one. Obviously, we're pressured to get individuals that can practice pharmacy in the field faster. We also have that obligation to protect the public. This registration component takes away the burden of the board requiring a fingerprint clearance card for that individual. Good moral character of that individual would be hard to gauge. I did speak to Mark about that, to remove that if this language is going to move forward. Because without a fingerprint clearance card, it's going to be hard to gauge somebody's good moral character. So it would move to a registration process rather than a licensing process. It is a 3-year registration. Language also says that that technician trainee that's registered shall apply for a national certification so that they can migrate to the next level. There's a little concern about the shall wording in that statement, because what if they don't apply? Is there an obligation to open a complaint since they did not do it? I think that probably needs to change to a may, or not needed at all, that part of the language. The second component, which is a little concerning, is allows the pharmacist to distribute compounded products to veterinarians without limits. Guys, that is manufacturing, and there's higher standards for manufacturing, which is CGMP. And this would basically allow them to do it, which though the 503A, 503B necessarily doesn't impact veterinarian compounding. In many cases, pets, dogs, cats, and so forth are family members, and I don't think we should treat them any less and give them a substandard product versus what we would give a human being. So I think the standards need to be the same. I have discussed this again with Mr. Bozen, and he will reach out to the appropriate individual, and hopefully we'll see some amendments.
Dr. Gandhi, go ahead, Kristen.
I just had a question. I'm not seeing it now, but I thought I had read that you don't have to be 18. It doesn't require you to be 18.
Removes the requirement for a diploma.
Oh, for diploma.
Yeah.
Okay, but you still have to be 18.
18 is still there, just removes the requirement for diploma.
Is the purpose behind this because of staffing shortages? They're trying to maybe lower the standard a little, or?
It may be, and as I shared a number with you, the numbers in the pending status are not alarming, but there's that in progress status where, we don't have the fingerprint clearance card, or we don't have a high school diploma, or lawful presence in this country, documentation that is not being presented. That would speed up. So anything that was in progress today, those guys may be registered today if that wasn't a requirement today. The burden would fall on a permit holder.
Are they aware that we have a cashier option?
Yes,
Because-
that was brought up.
Okay.
Madam Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Dr. Gundy, so would the technician trainee be the part that would be the registrant? And then when you become a certified technician, that's when you would be licensed. So the second part of that question, I guess, would be somebody could start as a registrant and then not be able to progress because they go to get their fingerprint clearance card as a licensed technician and it backfires.
That is a concern that we have to.
But I think
just wanted to confirm.
that's probably a small percentage. I mean, we don't deny that many applications. Dr. Gandhi, do you have any concerns to Ms. Nair's point that this is to some degree lowering the standard? I mean, I think all employers do a background check anyways, that's what this really changes, is the background check component. Are we sacrificing public safety with this, or do you feel like there's still sufficient guardrails in place to make sure that these people are safe to practice in Arizona?
Madam Chair. Madam
Yes.
Chair, I do appreciate that question. And yes, the major corporations do a background check. I can't say all pharmacies may do it, like the independents, they may not. There's a cost associated with it. It would be nice in their language if they put in there that all permit holders shall do a background check for these registrants, since the board is not responsible for it. That would be a safety parameter that would be put on there. I was told that it would be the burden of the permit holder if during this registration process, it's the burden holder of the permit holder, but they don't know where in a permit. I don't believe there's any language in a permit holder that requires them to do a background check. They do have to verify that this person is licensed by the Board of Pharmacy, in this case, registered with the Board of Pharmacy, but that doesn't show that they don't have a history, right? So that is not spelled out whose burden that's going to be. From a selfish perspective from the board, it would definitely help our workload, but there is an alarming concern about putting people out there that shouldn't be out there practicing. We all know that majority of the applicants are not bad apples. It's just a few. I'm here just for the few. I'm not here for the many. But we all know about the compounding fiasco that took place that impacted the entire country and changed the landscape. How many thousands and thousands of compounding pharmacies do we have? But it only took one compounding pharmacy to screw it up for the world, right? So that's why we're here, and that is a concern for us.
Well, and that's first and foremost, my concern is always, what does this mean for public safety? I don't think that a background check necessarily 100% guarantees that, and I'm generally supportive with the items that you addressed as the need for potential amendments. I think that if we can help the process and also help manage your resources better to help get licensees out there, I'm not opposed to it at all.
Madam Chair, this is Ted Tong. I have a question for Dr. Gandhi. Dr. Gandhi, when you're dealing with legislation, you mentioned about stakeholders. Who's sitting on the other side of the aisle that we might want to know so that we can educate or inform or whatever? I'm just curious, in all these issues that you're talking about have significant impact on what we do as pharmacists. Is there any way to develop some strategy to work with the other side, to convince the other side of the aisle?
Thank you, Dr. Tong. The interesting thing about this legislative session, I think I've just really had one stakeholder meeting to discuss Senate Bill 1016, and that was myself and Kelly on a call with Senator Townsend. So just the three of us basically on this call. I don't know if that's necessarily a stakeholder meeting. But in a lot of these cases, I think the bill that we're talking about right now was discussed very briefly with myself and Mr. Bozen. But I wasn't at the table for any one of these discussions, with the exception of course, Senate Bill 1232, which is our continuation. I was at the sunset review discussion and that was discussed heavily. But as far as all these other bills, we were not at the table. And it's a different legislative session versus historical legislative sessions. The feeling is just different this year.
I find it strange that it didn't go through us since it affects us directly.
I agree.
Mr. Leba's point is someone could go through a school and take their license and then not be able to get a fingerprint clearance card or then come up to an issue. I don't know, just a thought.
Well, and I also have a question regarding that, if I may. Many of the high schools participate in programs such as WestMec, and those students are being trained to be pharmacy technicians in the same way a vocational school would be during their junior and senior years. Is there a possibility of maybe lifting that age requirement of 18 for those that are enrolled so they could do an externship or receive additional training in the workplace, and then at the same time helping to bring more technician trainees or registrants to the workforce during a time when we do have a shortage?
That was discussed some time ago, Ms. Lehan, about lowering the age. Today, obviously there's that maturity factor as well. Today, we already have a concern in a lot of back of our heads about diversion of controlled substances. Now you have a minor under 18 managing these things. And the horror stories of what you hear in high school and what's going on in that culture and peer pressure there, I'll leave it up to the board. Obviously, we'll have to do what the board wishes, but that would be an alarming question, alarming thought.
I recognize that as well.
Guys, if I can go back to Senate Bill 1413, I know there was objections and they wanted me to speak. I don't think we took a formal decision on that. If I can have that, please.
Do I have a motion on, I think did we not take a motion on that one? I thought we did.
I don't think we took a vote. I think we just
Okay.
everybody nodded their heads, I believe. I may be wrong, but
So I'd like to make a motion for Dr. Gandhi to oppose Senate Bill 413 as currently drafted, and to work with stakeholders if amendments are necessary.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Gandhi, since 1569 is such a substantial issue for the board, do you feel like a decision is needed on this one at this time, or just continue to monitor it and you'll come to the chair if needed?
again, if we make a decision today, Madam Chair, we don't know where the language is going to fall. There's going to be a lot of modifications. It may be best that you and I just continue to stay in touch, or board chair and I continue to stay in touch on next steps. That's all right with you.
Is everybody good with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
do
go
have a
through-
question.
Yeah, shoot.
Pam, one that you kind of passed over. It was about open meeting laws. I thought I read something about it couldn't be online only. Is the fact that you're there and people are able to come in satisfy that?
It does, Madam Chair. We have somebody in the audience today, and we've set up a way of them communicating with you and when their agenda item is called. So our doors are always open during board meetings, and we allow any public that wants to participate in these meetings to attend, and we'll set up computer systems or whatever we need to make that happen. So again, it is a hybrid model still.
Thank you.
That we're doing. I'm going to move through the.
Can I ask the board members, all the content under this tab all of a sudden disappeared for me. I can't get my note. Did that happen to anybody else?
It is. I'm sorry. That's my fault, Mr. Solari. It's under the primary tab.
35A. If you
Just a
just,
header.
you just have to.
You just have to keep
Flip
scrolling,
changes.
scrolling.
Yeah. As I dropped the bills in place, I realized they weren't, the header wasn't populating, and then I had to create the headers later. And for me to backtrack and drop each bill in each section would have been a little bit of an undertaking last minute. So they're all in there, Mr. Solari. I'm gonna go zip through the next ones. I'll stop on ones that I have concerns with, and if you have concerns as I'm talking, please don't hesitate to stop me. Senate Bill 1639, Senator Pace. By December 15th, December 31st, 2026, makes all EMRs, medical records, vendors integrate medical practitioners with the CSPMP. We're not overall opposed to that language. It does put a burden on us, having learned what the Auditor General expects from us. I think we'll need a complete list of all the EMRs available in this state. And I don't know if the burden would be on us to then reach out to the ones that are not integrated, right? So I don't want to get dinged on that one. I know Doug is working very hard to get a list from our vendor Appriss to see if they have one. He's identified several hundred already. I think 650, if I'm correct. So there's a lot of EMRs out there. And there's some, for instance, dentists don't use EMRs. And so how do we address that equation? So there are some questions. Again, I have a meeting with Senator Pace later this month. I'll address that with him. And hopefully we'll come to a solution. But overall, I don't think we're opposed. Doug doesn't see an issue with that bill overall, with the exception of that. Senate Bill 2156, Representative Cobb. We have language that you shall notify the Board of Pharmacy immediately upon a PIC change. Immediately is not defined in our statutes and rules. AZPA did put in language within 1 business day. I did address my concern with Kelly with that, so we'll continue to discuss that. I don't know, 1 business day kind of puts a pressure with board staff saying, okay, 2 days went by, now do we open a complaint, right? Because now you're defining 1 day and closing in the parameters. So I will continue to talk to Kelly about that because as a former operator in the field, it does take time to hire somebody and go through that whole process before you appoint another PIC. So I understand the pain points that the industry would go through if this was set up 1 day. HB 2261, Representative Chavez prohibits prior authorization of HIV medications. House Bill 2490, Representative Wilmette repeals the existing language for collaborative practice with broader language. I know ARMA has a little bit concern with this language, and they're continuing to work with Kelly to see where they can settle at. So there's a compromise to continue to happen. Senate Bill 1622, Senator Rios removes pharmacists from the language for the right to fill an abortion medication for religious beliefs. This was introduced, I believe, last year or year before, and it didn't gain any traction, but it's come up again. Senate Bill 1680, Senator Gonzalez creates a board to regulate and control prescription costs. Again, this was addressed. This continues to be a hot topic of prescription drug pricing. I'm not sure if there's an appetite by everybody to create another board, but it is up for discussion. Senate Bill 1698, Senator Gonzalez again, reporting of immunizations for adults in the reporting system. I believe Kelly's involved in that one as well. So she will, I don't know if it's her bill. I don't think it is, but I'll continue to keep a pulse on that one. Again, those are the highlighted bills I wanted to talk to you about that impacts you guys. A lot of the other bills that are on my list are more internal driven. And we'll make sure we adjust our processes to be compliant with those bills that pass.
I'm looking for one of the scope bills, but I am missing it here. It was one of the Senate bills on immunizations for the age.
Let me see if I can find that one.
Is it 1698, page 68 to 60?
Yeah, I think it's incorporated in 1698, Madam Chair.
What's the page number again, Mo?
6860.
Thank you. It's hard to move this around in here. No, this isn't the one that I was looking for. It drops the age for vaccines that can be given by a pharmacist down to 6, I believe. If
Madam
I'm
Chair,
not-
I will look for that. I know it's past 12 o'clock. I'll look for that and we can discuss it this afternoon or tomorrow. So it's
Okay,
just-
I'll look for the bill number. But that was one that I had on my radar and wanted to discuss it a little bit as a group. Is that it for the bills, Dr. Gandhi?
That is the song and dance for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for all of your work. There's a whole lot of stuff you're tracking here, so thanks for keeping track of all of it and for keeping us surprised on everything.
My pleasure, Madam Chair.
It is 12:22. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Do we want to come back at 1 or 1:15?
1:15.
Okay.
1:15.
See everybody back at 1:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, Madam Chair, welcome back.
Hi. Looks like we might still be missing a couple people, but do you want to go ahead and take the roll call, Dr. Gandhi?
Yep, let me just pull up my roster, Madam Chair. All right, Mr. Solari,
At your service.
Mr. Dang,
At your service.
Mr. Minkus. Not present yet. Mr. Leba,
Present.
Ms. Lehan. Ms. Lehan. Ms. Walmsley,
Present.
Mr. Tong,
Present.
okay, Ms. Nair.
Here.
Awesome. Circle back. Ms. Lehan.
I'm here. Thank you.
Awesome. Mr. Minkus. All right, I'll keep an eye out for Mr. Minkus.
Okay, we still have a quorum, so we can proceed, right?
Yep, Madam Chair, I just want to, before we get started on the agenda again, there was an agenda item on bills that I didn't put in your packet. I apologize. Pharmacist immunization, Senate Bill 1373. Expands the ability of a pharmacist. I believe it's related to the age of what a pharmacist can immunize down to. Has been assigned a committee and the Rules Committee. I don't know when it's going to be heard. But we'll keep an eye out for it. It is expanding the pharmacist's role to immunize. I know the hot topic going back to our rules package was technicians being able to be delegated that authority to immunize. Kelly and I did talk about introducing it to the sunrise process. And there's this, again, we'll continue to talk to Kelly about it. But I'm not sure if it's possible because the sunrise process has passed. We can try to get creative, and I could talk to other more experienced lobbyists, see if there's a workaround, and I can keep Ms. Walmsley here in a loop. But that was the last I heard about it, that it wasn't something that was worth pursuing because there was other things at stake.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. I was hopeful to think that we could get this through the finish line this year, especially given our conversation with GERC and things like that they wanted us to pursue discussing it with legislators. So if possible, I'd like to see that move forward since that was the will of the board within rulemaking, but we wanted to be respectful with the legislature.
Agreed, and I'll circle back with that discussion, but I know some legislators had addressed concern, why didn't this go through the sunrise process? And why is it going through GERC? So I'll circle the wagons again and see what we can do.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thanks for bringing it back up. Anything further on your reports, Dr. Gandhi, or did we make it through everything?
Made it through everything on my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, so I guess that will take us back to conferences. 30A, we've received a request to table this by the respondent's legal counsel, so we'll skip that one. 30B, complaint number 21-0370. Do we have anybody on the line from Care Pharmacy? Dr. Gandhi or Jennifer, can you let me know who we're looking for? Are they on the line?
Let me look for them, Madam Chair, one moment. Interesting. Don't see anybody related to Care Pharmacy online.
I think I see Cam, I think I see Dr. Bangert on there. I think he
Is he
might
on
be
there?
related.
Okay. I do see him. Let me ask to unmute him here. Mr. Minkus, you're here just to finalize the roster. Mr. Minkus, you're on mute.
I'm here.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Bangert, are you present, or is anybody from Care Pharmacy present that can unmute themselves?
Hey, good afternoon. This is Preston Rhodes. I was the pharmacist in charge over there at Care Pharmacy.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Do you know if Dr. Bangert was joining us? I see him, it looks like, on the line, but he's muted and got his camera turned off.
Yeah, but I believe they're watching the meeting today, but I'm here to represent us.
Okay, thank you. So you're the pharmacist in charge, Mr. Rhodes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Richardson, I believe you were the compliance officer for this complaint.
Yes, that's correct.
If you could give a brief summary of the complaint and your concerns here, and then we'll give Mr. Rhodes the opportunity to speak after that.
Madam Chair, before you get started, Madam Chair, I just wanted to disclose that I was acquainted with Preston many years ago, and I did not recuse from this case, and it will not affect my judgment, but I wanted to bring that forward with the board and Mr. Rhodes.
Mr. Rhodes, do you have any concerns with Dr. Leba continuing?
I don't believe so. And in fact, I was curious, Dr. Leba, where do we know each other from? Because I've heard that, but I can't remember exactly where.
I believe it was Walgreens many, many years ago.
Okay, you must. I'm not sure. Maybe I have a familiar face, but I've never actually worked at Walgreens before.
Okay, then no problem then.
But let me take this thing off here. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll cancel that then, Madam Chair. Thank you for the clarification.
Never mind. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, sure. So this was a complaint that was opened by board staff as a result of a routine inspection conducted back in August of 2021. This is a pharmacy located inside a podiatrist clinic, and it's owned by 4 podiatrists as managing members. During this inspection, I discovered that the pharmacy is filling prescriptions that are written by the owner practitioners of the pharmacy. So they are receiving indirect compensation from the pharmacy's services. The board had, we typically required an attestation from owners indicating that they will ensure that their prescriptions are not filled by the pharmacy that they have ownership in. We didn't have an attestation on file for this pharmacy. The owners appeared before the board back in December of 2017. Their main reason for their appearance at that time was to deviate from the square footage requirements. The appearance had nothing to do with addressing any ownership issues, although it was asked about it. The ownership was asked on whether that was the intent. The intent was yes. There was some discussion about patients having a choice of where to go. But again, that line of questioning wasn't pursued much further. It turned back to the reason for their appearance, which was the square footage deviation. In their response, the permit holder and the PIC indicate that they believe that I'm misinterpreting that statute and that refers to kickbacks. They said that they had a private meeting with the executive director, but there is no documentation of that meeting on file. Again, the board's stance in the past on this type of scenario with other applicants and permit holders has been that prescriptions written by the owner should not be filled by that pharmacy. Now, I will tell you that since this report was written, we did receive a closure notice on December 8th of 2021 that this pharmacy would be closing, and they did officially close their pharmacy on 12/22. However, their permit remains open because of the active complaint that needs to be resolved.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson, and board members. We just to remind the group, we did hold off on item 15A because 15A On the Go Pharmacy is looking to relocate to this space, and we couldn't permit them until we resolve this matter. So we did receive the closure notice. Mr. Rhodes, that is your intent, is to cease business?
Yes, that's correct. You know, unfortunately, the doctors decided that where the pharmacy wasn't profitable, they decided to stop doing business.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to add regarding this matter for the board, or would you like us to proceed with questions at this point?
Just a couple things. You know, maybe this might be nitpicky, but with the wording of the complaint, I'm not sure about discovered that we were filling prescriptions for the owners. I actually brought that up in casual conversation with Sharon. I know her previously, previous work history, and I actually brought that up in casual conversation because we were under the impression that we weren't doing anything wrong. So not necessarily discovered like, oops, I dropped a script written by Dr. Bangart and now the board knows what we're doing. We've been doing that since we opened because we were under the impression that we were okay to do that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Rhodes, tell me a little bit why you were under that impression. What was the conversation that led you to believe that you could do it?
Well, so from the video, I'm not sure, did you guys watch the video that we included in our complaint response?
No.
Is anybody familiar with that?
I reviewed the minutes. I didn't.
There's a
watch the
summary
video.
of it. Yeah, there's a summary.
Okay, yeah, so if you, I'm not sure whether we have time or resources or whatever to queue that up here, but it's the December 6th, 2017 board meeting. It's in the first session. About 8.5 to 9 minutes in, there's a line of questioning there. You know, Mr. Blair, who I've got here, he was the vice president of the board at the time. I was talking to Dr. Bangart and he says to him, now the 4 podiatrists, and he's referring to the 4 podiatrists who share space at Peoria Foot and Ankle, are managing members of Care Pharmacy. Dr. Bangart says, correct, of the LLC that we've formed. Mr. Blair says, okay, and your intention then is to fill prescriptions that you and the other 3 podiatrists would write. Dr. Bangart says, correct. Mr. Blair says, okay. So from that, we were under the impression that they're very aware of the ownership structure. They're aware of who is writing the prescriptions there, who's filling the prescriptions there. Pharmacy is located in the office. So, I mean, I went to pharmacy school. When we had pharmacy law, it was taught by Mr. Morris, Roger Morris. I'm sure you guys are very familiar with him and the way that it was taught there. But from what we were told in the board meeting, we got the impression that what we were doing was correct.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes.
Follow up. Then you said you had a meeting with the executive director. What did that guidance give you?
Yeah, we do. So if memory serves, before that board meeting, we met with Dr. Gandhi. We talked to him. The whole reason for meeting was to discuss this issue with him. We wanted to be doing everything by the book, straightforward from day one. It's very important to us. You know, we're not just trying to make a quick buck. We're trying to serve members of the community. So it's very important to us that what we're doing was right. So we took the time, we sat down with him, we asked him specifically about this. And that's where the language in our response that refers to kickbacks, to my memory and to Dr. Bangart's memory, that's how the discussion went. So that combined with what we heard at the Board of Pharmacy meeting, you know, that's the reason why us filling prescriptions for the doctors, that comes up in casual conversation rather than something that we're, oh no, the board's here, grab all the scripts and hide them, because we were under the impression that we were doing the right thing.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Board members, any additional questions?
Madam Chair, the space is completely empty now, or is there a pharmacy in it, just with doors closed? What's the status there? Mr. Rhodes?
I can speak to that, yeah, if I may. So right now the pharmacy is completely empty. We cleaned it out. You referenced On The Go Pharmacy. We sold our inventory to them. They have all our records. Right now it's just a side room off the waiting room there. And they're looking to take that space over. That was referenced as well. But right now it's empty. Just a computer and you know, some boxes in there.
Board members, any additional questions?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Rhodes does not have any relationship with On the Go Pharmacy. He's only with CARE, or do you also speak for On the Go Pharmacy?
So good question. Thank you. No, I don't have any relationship. I know Brandon, the gentleman who owns the pharmacy, but I don't work for them or consult with them or anything like that. No.
So assume, regardless of what happens here, you're ready to move on to another job.
Yes, in fact, yeah. So good question again. Yes, in fact, I have moved on to another job. I've got another job in another industry and doing quite well. That's where I've got the tan from. I've been out working hard.
You mean you're not really on that beach?
No, sir. No, I'm down here. I'm in the building with you guys somewhere, wherever you guys are. I came down here in person because it was important to me to be here for this today.
Thank you.
Sharing thoughts, ma'am, is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that they have tried to be deceptive in any way. There might have been a misunderstanding, but I think their intentions were good. And so I'm generally okay with allowing this permit to close and dismissing that complaint since they're out of business anyway, and then address the On the Go Pharmacy issues separately.
I agree with you, Dr. Solari.
Would you like me to make a motion then if nobody else has any objections or questions?
I have a question, Mr. Solari. I'm sorry, Mr. Laib, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Okay.
I was wondering if maybe we should have a non-disciplinary letter of concern, just in case they get the idea to open back up. We kind of have that documented. Doesn't look like it's going to go that way, but we don't know what it holds in the future.
I don't really personally see a value in that. I mean, it seems like there was a bit of a misunderstanding throughout this process. Perhaps we weren't as clear as we should have been as a board at the time. I do see in reviewing the minutes why they would feel like it was appropriate for them to do that. So I don't think it's fair to entirely hold them responsible for that when they received guidance from the board. We didn't raise any concerns at that time outside of that. So if we had concerns, we shouldn't have done it. Yes, go ahead, Joe.
That is literally my differentiating point on this one compared to other ones that we've seen where the scenario has been similar. This one has supporting documentation to show that there was a miscommunication, and that's why I'm in favor of Mo's proposal.
Any additional discussion, or do I have a motion?
If no further discussion, I'll make a motion regarding complaint 210370 to dismiss the complaint and allow the permit holder to close.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes, for being available today and for answering the questions. And Mr. Bangert, if you're listening, Dr. Bangert, thank you for also being present. Appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Do you guys want to continue with conferences, or do we want to jump back to On the Go Pharmacy since it maybe is top of mind?
Let's jump back.
Okay. So item 15A, On the Go Pharmacy. This is a resident pharmacy relocation. So this pharmacy is a pharmacy that is in existence, and they purchased the files from the other pharmacy, and they're looking to move into that existing space. They have submitted a deviation request since it is smaller than the required square footage. But staff, please correct me if I'm wrong. Everything else is in good order. We just couldn't move forward with the permit because of the deviation and because of the open complaint. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Do we have anybody on the line from On the Go Pharmacy?
Hello, board. This is Chris Robinson, pick of On the Go Pharmacy, and I'm here on behalf of Brandon Ellis, the owner. He was unable to make it today, and he regrets that.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Do you want to say anything to the board before we proceed with questions and discussion?
Madam, you're correct. We were just replicating the same deviation request that Care Pharmacy had due to the square footage being less than the requirement, and nothing's changed. We're not remodeling. We're just asking to move into the space, and we're just waiting for the dismissal, which we appreciate, of the board complaint regarding Care, so we can move to our new space due to increased costs at our current space. That's why we're wanting to relocate.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Board members, questions or discussion?
I have a question. Mr. Robinson, you don't have anyone who's a physician that works with your group?
No, I'm the pick. Brandon is not a pharmacist. I'm the only employee here. I have no relation to Peoria Foot and Ankle, where we're going to be next to, and I've only met Preston when we exchange the files and inventory.
And I would make a motion to approve.
I'm sorry, what's that?
She said she made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Are we at
So I have a-
discussion, man? Oh,
Yeah, go ahead. We're at the point we can have discussion.
Mr. Robinson, why can't you find a location that does meet the square footage requirement?
Due to increased cost with this was a current pharmacy that was going out of business because they were not profitable, and Brandon wanted to move into that location. Also for the location near Sun City to help patients increase medication adherence, since older patients, and there's a lot more medical offices in that area as opposed to where we're located now.
Isn't there another location in that area that you could move in that would meet the 500 square foot requirement?
Not that I know of that's readily available. This was already outfitted to be a pharmacy and would reduce our cost of having to move into that space.
Ms. Walmsley, this is Sharon Richardson. If I could just make a comment, since I've been in the space. The board did have significant concerns about this deviation when it was initially granted. I did inspect in this pharmacy. The total space is about 400 square feet. So, and they had a front end that had a few items in it, but was basically an unused space. The pharmacy itself is extremely small. In fact, it was difficult for me and Truman. I think Truman was with me, or maybe it was Elizabeth, but there were two compliance officers, and it was difficult for the three of us to fit in there to do an inspection. All the drugs are in a closet. So you don't even have your typical pharmacy shelving layout. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that this is extremely small. It was difficult to even inspect, and there is ample area for the pharmacy to be pushed out to meet the minimum requirements.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Richardson, the representative, how many scripts are you filling out of this space? And is it 169 square feet or is it 400?
The actual closet space that Sharon is referring to, where the drugs are secured, is 169 square feet. The total front end area that encompasses that, it includes the 400 square feet. To address what Ms. Richardson said, there's a door, if you look at the floor plan, between the doctor's office and the exterior. That's why the drugs would not be secure there. So that's why they're in the closet.
And how many scripts a day?
On average, about 30 to 50.
And would the business model change, or would the business model be the same from referrals within the facility?
So we have our own business. We have rehab facilities and we have walk-in business. So our own, we're going to combine it with our own book of business with refills. And we have no problem, because I completely understand with Banner noting that Walgreens and CVS cannot offer same-day service anymore due to COVID and staffing issues. We'd like to be there so patients can easily get their medications and become adherent.
Are you doing any compounding here?
No, we looked into doing compounding when the pharmacy first opened, but due to the expense of getting a hood and sterile, we have not pursued that any further. But
And you wouldn't do any compounding with this podiatrist office that's located next door that you expect?
Correct.
Mr. Robinson, do you have any remodeling plans to take advantage of the unused space that Mrs. Richardson alluded to, so you can meet the requirements a little bit better?
We're open to what you guys need, but at this time, if you look at the floor plan, there's a door that goes directly through the middle of that space. So we have talked about walling off the door that's next to the restroom for the waiting room. But with current building codes, that means that I'd have to be more than 50 foot away from the restroom, because I'd have to walk all the way around to the front office. So I believe that's why that door at this time cannot be removed. But to make sure that the medication is secure, we could expand the wall and move the counter further out and make the closet bigger. I don't see any problems with doing that.
Madam Chair. One question I have is the door that you mentioned, is that a door shared with non-pharmacy personnel that was there in the past with the owners?
Correct. It's the right adjacent to the waiting room and where the medical assistants kiosk patients coming in.
So would they then have access to the pharmacy?
So that it's a completely separate lock and completely separate alarm. But patients in the past have used it as a shortcut to get to the exterior. That's why we talked about walling off and removing the door completely. But then it goes back to the previous point that I'd be more than 50 feet away from the restroom because I'd have to walk all the way around to the front door of the office.
But you're confirming today that that door is locked and won't have access for non-pharmacy personnel?
Correct.
Any additional discussion? We had a motion and a second on the floor to approve the permit and or approve the relocation and the deviation.
Madam Chair, it's Kevin.
Yeah.
Mr. Robinson, so how many pharmacists and technicians are you intended to have working at this pharmacy at any given point in time?
Only myself. That's my current, I'm only a one-man show and I'm going to continue to be a one-man show. And that's all that the space will allow additionally.
Okay. Ms. Richardson, is it a one-man show indeed, or could more than one person fit in there with the square footage counter space?
I would have to go back and remeasure,
But it's
Mr.
close.
Leyba, when we do their inspection, because yeah, it's very tight. By the time you have computers and whatnot on the counters, the counter space may not allow for more.
Mhm. So another question, Mr. Robinson.
Yes.
With the acquisition of this new pharmacy, are you expecting that the volume of prescription will be increasing?
From what Preston told me, they had a very minimal book of business and very minimal refills. So I do not anticipate being anything that I cannot handle.
Mr. Dang, any additional questions?
I don't. I just have an uneasy feeling about the size of the pharmacy, because I don't think it's going to fit a pharmacist and a tech. Down the road, I'm sure that he's going to end up having to hire an additional member. But it's okay for a one-man show, but then who knows what's going to happen.
Could we not approve the deviation, and if he decides that he needs, and limit it to one person, and if he needs to add additional staff, require that he come before us again or do a remodel?
I would be comfortable with that.
Ms. Galvin, Mr. Hargraves, is that a possibility?
Yes, you could grant the deviation and then have a representation from him that he will seek board approval if he's going to have additional employees.
Madam Chair, is the volume going up post acquisition than it was prior with the Life Care pharmacy? So Life Care were they filling under 20, and now you're telling us that you'll fill 60? Is the volume going up because the rehab business you're bringing?
My understanding is that the Care Pharmacy had a very low volume. So if we're bringing our business, then the volume will go up. But it's a business that we're sustaining and just moving locations due to cost.
Gotcha. I think board, I'm in favor of a deviation for one person. If there's gonna be more individuals, I think that needs to be addressed.
Yep.
Difference is the volume's going up than previous. It was approved before. Today is a different environment, higher volume.
I can amend my motion to include that.
Who had the second?
Second.
Mr. Robinson, do you agree that you would be willing to make that statement, put that statement in writing that you would seek additional approvals for the additional, if you add any additional staffing?
Yep, I agree.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Best of luck to you. The staff will be in communication.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. All right, let's jump back to conferences. 30C has asked for the item to be tabled to be heard at a later meeting. 30D is in dog. Telestorm Health, Health Inc. Complaint number 21-0242. Do we have anybody present from Telestorm?
President Walmsley, it's Christopher Day from Quarles and Brady. Can you see us and hear us?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. I have with me Andrew Stasiak and the pharmacist in charge, Paula Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Dang. Mr. Iber, I believe you were the compliance officer for this case.
Yes, I was.
Can you give a brief statement of your concerns regarding this case?
I'd be happy to. Okay, so starting at the top, a complaint was received by the board, and it was filed by the former pharmacist in charge of the firm. And the allegation in the complaint was they were relabeling expired sterile injectable medications for sale. The complainant also alleged in her initial complaint there were additional processes requiring investigation. However, the complainant didn't provide any additional detail in the initial complaint. So over the course of the next month or so, we held some meetings with the complainant in order to obtain more information, and we were able to. And when we did, I've summarized some of the allegations, or at least the summary of those allegations on the compliance officer summary page, and they're numbered 1 through 11. Then we reached out to Tailstorm and we asked them to provide some responses to those allegations, which Tailstorm did. The firm provided those responses, and we have that detailed at the bottom of page 1 of the summary, and that goes through the top half of page 2, and that runs through each of the 11 allegations. Also, if you want to look at their detail of their responses, they're in the board book, pages 4604 and also pages 5138. So just give you a little detail there. During that time of the investigation, it was just a coincidence that the FDA notified us and said they were going to go in and do their first time inspection of the firm, which was operating under a manufacturer permit with our agency as a 503B manufacturing operation. The FDA went there and they were there for several days between July 7th of 21 and July 21st of 21. And Tailstorm Management provided us with a copy of the FDA's 483, and there were approximately 4 observations. And the detail on that document is on board book page 4881. After we were able to get the responses from the complainant, the more detailed responses, compliance officers, Wagoner and myself went into the facility on 8/10. We left a copy of the complaint with the firm's management, and we made some of our own observations and obtained some documents in respect to the complaint. And that documentation is on board book pages 4745. We also observed some unlabeled controlled substance waste within the control room, and compliant documentation was not available in respect to those quantities of those controlled substance waste that was maintained at the facility. Images of what we observed are on pages 4862 through 4874. The firm did maintain perpetual logs to document both finished as well as raw ketamine materials. However, neither of the logs in our read of 21 CFR 1304.11, as well as our own pharmacy rules, R 423-1103 A6. It's our interpretation that those logs are not going to meet the requirements of an actual controlled substance inventory, which is required to be taken every year for Arizona and every 2 years for the federal government. In conclusion, the majority of our allegations, majority of the allegations filed by the complainant were not substantiated or were effectively explained by Tailstorm management. Two of the allegations involving controlled substances were of concern to us. One involving the amount of controlled substance waste held by the facility, and a second involving the lack of compliant documentation of raw, finished, and wasted controlled substances. And those citations are on page 3, the ones we've cited as possible violations of the summary. And with that, I'll end my my summary.
Mr. Hyper, that would be board book page 4488. That are the complaints the possible violations that were actually substantiated, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dang, would you like to make a statement, or from somebody from Tailstorm?
Yes, thank you, President Walmsley. And thank you for the board for the time today and having us come in for the conference. Obviously, the board book section on this is quite voluminous, at least on the pagination that I have, 652 some pages, plus probably another 30 or 45 page supplement. But I think throughout the course of the respondents' conversations with CO and Hyber and the board team, they've had nothing but I think respect and admiration for the detail that board staff have pursued and investigated and reviewed these matters. I think to Mr. Hyber's point, that many of these points were either unsubstantiated or again thoroughly discussed or explained by Tailstorm management with respect to compliance. And so today, the staff here, Ms. Booker and Mr. Stasiak, are happy to answer the board's questions with respect to any ongoing concerns and or corrective actions on the points and observations that Mr. Hyber did have concerns about and did raise in the inspection. I do want to just note before we get into questions that there is a matter of ongoing litigation between the former PIC and the facility. And obviously with respect to that litigation and that process, we just need to be mindful, and they're mindful here, that they don't want to get into too much discussion on that point due to the ongoing nature of that litigation. But suffice to say that the facility is vehemently and strongly defending itself with respect to that litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Dang. Board members, I'll open it up for discussion or questions.
I don't know who to address it to, but I do have a question about understanding how relabeling expired sterile injectable medication. When's that done? How is that done?
Sure. Thank you for the question. My name is Andrew Stasiak. I am the Vice President of Quality with Tailstorm Health. I was also the individual who provided the response to the complaints. So with regards to the notification of relabeling expired drug product, at no time was any of the drug product expired. So within the 503B regulations that we operate, as you know, all compounded drug products can have a maximum of 12 months BUD. And the products that we were making initially, so in just a bit of a backstory, we were a new compounding pharmacy at the time. We had always tried to take a very conservative approach with all of our processes, procedures, and just our course of doing business. With regards to applying buds dating, there's really two routes that a company can take. You can either have real-time stability data supporting the overall quality and stability of the drug product, or if there is empirical data available in peer-reviewed journal articles, the FDA will also accept that to use as a premise for assigning a BUD. So when we initially started, we tried to take, again, a very conservative route, and we were assigning a 6-month BUD to several of our products. However, as we became more confident in the drug product, and more importantly, as we developed the stability data supporting the quality and efficacy of the drug product, we made a decision as a company that the drug product we were making had the quality, had all of the chemical and microbiology attributes that's required to extend those bud datings to 12 months. So I don't think it's accurate to say that we were relabeling expired drug product. That's not what happened. What we did was we manufactured drug product with an initial 6-month BUD. During the course of that, we identified that the quality was available, that we had both the empirical data in the peer-reviewed journal articles, as well as the stability data to support extending that to the 12 months. At no time did we ever assign a BUD for any of our drug products past 12 months. It was just extending it up to the 12-month that's allowed through the 503B guidance.
Okay, so essentially you prorated it at that point.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
And I'm just going to weigh in here because this was probably the biggest concern I had at the very beginning of the investigation, because, you know, I wasn't fully aware of all the ins and outs of 21 CFR parts 210 and 212 and 211 when it comes to GMP operations. But we see it right now out there in the real world on the COVID vaccines. We're seeing where those expiration dates, those beyond use dates, are being extended based upon ongoing stability studies that the respective manufacturers are getting data back on. And so in the case of this firm, they were a new startup firm, so they were being very conservative on their beyond use dates. And as long as they have stability studies to back up the dates being extended, they can certainly relabel the product, and that there's a special process they have to follow to document that under a deviation. And those records were available as part of our documentation we collected during the investigation.
Thank you both.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Kevin.
I have a question. Can you elaborate more on the usage of ketorolac raw materials and transforming that into drugs for human use?
Sure. So as we were saying, as a compounding pharmacy, we're manufacturing drug products that's on short supply. So the ketorolac products specifically are compounded into a parenteral formulation. The formulations that we have are all existing formulations based on a reference listed drug. Those formulations we go through a very specific process for formulation development, where we will identify a formulation. We will make a laboratory batch, very small scale. That laboratory batch is used to support ongoing development and confirmation of the formulations. We'll also use that from an analytical perspective to help us validate our analytical methods. Once we're confident with the small scale laboratory batches, we then transfer that into a larger pilot scale, which is in our ISO 5 clean room, where we'll typically manufacture approximately 100-liter batch. Again, these are just development or engineering batches, so they're not distributed for any human consumption. They're basically a dry run, or I guess in this case a wet run, before we actually go into GMP production. So we'll go into the engineering studies where we will execute the engineering batch, and that's used to confirm the testing that the methods that we developed. We use that to develop our final batch record for GMP processes. And then we use that to finish developing our SOPs, our protocols, and things like that. Once we go through that engineering batch and we finish the testing and we develop all of the protocols, approve the batch records, only at that point do we then go into GMP production, which would then be, compounded, tested, and then ultimately released for consumption.
Yes, but does your company have any reliable reference sources that supports the development of compounds that are not for human use, turning it into molecules that are appropriate for human use?
I guess I'm unsure of is the question regarding the complaint about the not for human use?
My main question is, where did you get all the information that would support the usage of molecules that are not for human use, that is safe for human use? Where did you get that information from?
We would never do that. We would never and have never used any product that's not for human use in any drug product for human consumption.
Well, according to line number 7, it says your company utilized the ketorolac raw material purchased from Dr. Reddy labeled as not for human use in the manufacturing of products distributed for human use.
I understand that is inaccurate. That was the complaint that was leveraged, but what I explained to Mr. Hyber, and I provided all of the information, we did receive some active pharmaceutical ingredient that we identified had a label that said not for human use. We immediately quarantined and rejected that material for any human use compounding at all. I provided a deviation to Mr. Hyber that very clearly explained the process that we went through. And at no time would we ever use any product that's even remotely considered or has any sort of statement saying not for human use. So that particular API, that was quarantined and that was used strictly for development purposes. We have 100% traceability on all of our production batches that shows that particular lot of API that's called into question was absolutely not used in anything remotely close to being distributed for human use at all.
Mr. Hyber, that was one of the claims that was non-substantiated, right? So there were 11 allegations, and a number of these were not substantiated upon the investigation by Mr. Hyber. Again, the actual potential violations are on page 4488 of our book. But Mr. Hyber, if you could confirm that, please.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me weigh in to correct the record. Board Member Dang, I think is looking at the first section, item 7, summary of complaint allegations.
Yes.
That's one of the allegations. But if you go to the second page, you can see the response of the permit holder. And as the permit holder representative just now reiterated, that I documented exactly what he just said, that not for human use product was not used in a GMP batch.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Hyber, at the end of your narrative, which I'd like to compliment you on, it's easy to follow. At the bottom, it says 2 of the allegations involving the controlled substance were of concern. One involving the amount of controlled substances waste held at the facility, and the second involving the lack of compliant documentation of raw, finished, and wasted controlled substances. Are you satisfied now with what you have learned from the permit holder, or are those still of a concern to you?
No, I really probably need to go do another inspection. I was going to wait for the board to weigh in on what my observations were in respect to the complaint.
If I was to break it down, those are the 2 that you're still concerned about.
Correct, because the barrel of drugs, which is going to be a tough one, because I'll be honest, compliance officer Wagner and I wanted to do an audit, and they're not easy to do in a manufacturing facility because you have both raw material which is bulk, and then you have finished product, and basically the records that were there that day and the lack of records would have made it a near impossibility. So probably I would like to do that at some time in the future, and then at the same time we would validate that the record keeping is now compliant.
Mr. Labor and Mr. Hyber, if I may allow Mr. Stasiak to comment a little bit about those 2 points. And then, of course, to hopefully help further the board discussions and thought processes there.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So at the conclusion of Mr. Hyber's inspection of our facility, I obviously accepted the concerns of his, and we take those very seriously. So as an immediate corrective action, we revisited all of our controlled substances logs. We updated them in compliance with at least from our perspective, in compliance with the requests from Mr. Hyber and Mr. Wagner. And in regards specifically to the 55-gallon drum of process waste, that was a situation where all of our compounding waste gets collected and then ultimately sent out for reverse distribution and destruction. That 55-gallon drum was approximately 40% full. What we had attempted to do initially was to try to make that as undesirable as possible. So we had poured 5 gallons of bleach immediately, even before we started adding any drug product to that, into the bucket to prevent as best we could any potential situations of diversion. That waste drum was also always in our controlled substance cage, and the cage has 2 cameras that were always on it. It requires 2 people to enter the cage. It's an alarmed cage. It's reviewed and approved by the DEA. And then subsequently to that, we did have the drum in question removed from the facility to a reverse distributor. It's been destroyed. I have the records of that I can certainly provide to Mr. Hyber. And then as a corrective action moving forward, because we don't want to get into the situation again, we're on a monthly schedule now to have a reverse distributor come out and collect both expired drug products with respect to controlled substances, as well as the residual production waste. So I understand that I can't go back and change what happened at the time of the inspection, but we're making every step possible to ensuring that we're compliant moving forward.
And President Walmsley, the second supplementary response that the respondent provided goes into some of the detail about the corrective actions with respect to the inventories, the initial and the annual. And again, I believe the annual was documented and actually part of the log, but it was just not readily identified during the initial inspection point. So I refer the board to those points. Then Andrew, if we could just talk briefly also about how you've also adjusted your management of accounting for waste.
Yes. So what I did immediately after being notified of the concerns about the waste is, I went back through all of our batch records, and I think it's also really important to note that while we didn't have a succinct log for the waste, we still maintained 100% traceability on all of our drug products, and in particular, controlled substances. We went back through each one of the batch records, and we were it's actually succinctly listed in each of our batch records to identify the amount of drug products compounded, both from a volume as well as an API perspective, the amount of filled finished vials that were completed and available for distribution, the amount of samples that were taken for analytical and microbiology testing purposes, and then the delta on that is the residual process waste. We've updated our procedures now to where we actually go through and pull all of that residual waste from the process, and then that's what goes in the barrel. but more importantly is we weigh all of that, and we have to be within 2% of the actual documented weights, or we'll initiate a deviation and start doing an investigation. With regards to the retrospective evaluation from the previous batches, what we ended up doing was weighing the barrel. We identified the weight of the barrel, went back through with all of the batches, because obviously we couldn't do batch by batch. And that was within 2% of the total amount of waste that we generated and ultimately sent out for destruction. So again, we're trying to very, put in some very robust procedures to ensure that this doesn't repeat itself. And more importantly, to make sure that we had the traceability on the drug product, and that there isn't any question of anything going missing or not being available or anything like that.
And just for clarification, there is only one controlled substance that the facility currently manufactures with, and that's the ketamine.
Correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and appreciate all the action steps that you've taken to correct this. I feel like your response is very good from you reviewing it. Appreciate how seriously you guys have taken this. Board members, additional questions? Yes, Mr. Solari.
Just perhaps this is my lack of understanding of the manufacturing process, but what are you guys doing with this much ketamine? I mean, we're not talking about milligrams or grams, but we're talking about kilograms. Can you explain?
Right. Yes. So we're manufacturing ketamine in 3 different strengths. We have a 1%, which is a 10 milligram per mil, 5%, which is a 50 milligram per mil, and then a 10%, which is a 100 milligram per mil. I'm sure, as you're well aware, with the opioid crisis in the country, a lot of doctors are moving away from opioids, and they're actually gravitating more towards ketamine and other products for their analgesic properties. And so when ketamine went on shortage, a lot of our hospital partners, and I won't use any names, but a lot of our hospital partners are requesting this product as an alternative to opioids. So these are products that we are manufacturing, and they are being distributed strictly to hospitals. And we're not selling anything obviously to patients directly. Some of the business is going to independent clinicians in smaller surgery centers, but the bulk of the ketamine that we're making is going straight to hospital chains. And I'll be, just to help you further understand our process, we will typically manufacture about 100 liters of ketamine at a time. And 100 liters of a 10% ketamine, I think, equates to a kilo of ketamine for that 100 liters. And so it is being consumed, and it is as our standard manufacturing process. So I know it looks like a lot, but it is, market driven. They're going straight to hospitals for consumption, and more importantly is from our DEA compliance perspective. We fully comply with all of the DEA requirements, from suspicious order monitoring through the ARCOS reporting. And, I've got a very direct relationship with our DEA compliance officer here in Phoenix. And so it's important to me to make sure that we're compliant, especially with controlled substances. This is an area that a lot of people get into trouble for. And I take it as my personal responsibility to not only make sure that we're doing the right thing for our patients, but also everyone else at my company. A slip up with DEA or the Board of Pharmacy can really easily turn into a bad situation for our company. And I take that really seriously. And as a result, sometimes I over communicate maybe a little bit, but I
got that. Can I ask another quick question in the interest of time?
Sure.
Regarding your attachment 6 and attachment 7 that you provided us, board book page 5180 is where that begins. These look to be documentation of waste. And I'm wondering, there's 2 individuals signing off that there's some waste occurring. Who are these people, and what are their qualifications to witness waste?
I will have, One moment, please. I'll look at the same document that you're looking at.
So that, right,
Is this?
Mr. Solari, I think you're referring to the original complaint response, which our apologies, our pagination differs from the board book, so it's gonna take a moment for us to locate where that exactly is.
Is it the, sir, are you looking at the controlled substance bulk liquid waste log? Is
Yeah,
that the-
it's what you've attached as, what you've marked attachment, well, at least we have attached attachment 6 and attachment 7. And it says, and it's kind of the pages sideways, but it says controlled substance bulk liquid waste log.
Yep, I know what you're looking at.
Yeah, so who are these people? And are they qualified to do this?
So the first person, the person completing that was me. And just to help you understand my background, I have a master's degree in pharmaceutical regulatory affairs. I've been in pharmaceuticals for 20 years and 15 of that have been in a quality assurance capacity. So I've worked for a lot of different pharmaceutical companies throughout my career. And then the person that was approving it is our current pharmacist in charge, who is Paula.
Very well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, it's Kevin. I have another question. So when was the last time DEA agent inspected your facility?
It was September of 2021. So subsequent to all of this, well, really 2 activities specific to the DEA happened. We applied for and was granted a Schedule II license. We were looking at making Schedule II materials at the time. And so during that review by the DEA, they actually looked at all of this information, as well as our procedures. And when I say this information, I mean all the logbooks, as well as our procedures and processes for additional controls through Schedule II material. And then in addition to that, when I was notified by Mr. Hyber that he had concerns with our DEA logs, I did send all of those to our DEA compliance officer. I asked her to opine on the status of our logs. To be very honest, she didn't do that, so I wasn't able to get that. However, succinctly answering your questions, our last DEA inspection was in September, and we were granted our Schedule II license following that inspection.
So during the inspection, did the DEA agent thoroughly review the waste log of the narcotics?
She did, yes, that was part of the review.
Would you by chance have the report for us? Do you have the final report that you can share with us?
So she did not issue me a final report from her inspection. We only got the approval on the license.
Okay.
So going back to Mr. Hyber's original concerns about the 2 allegations of the controlled substances, I heard Mr. Hyber say that he would like a chance to do a re-inspection. And my thought process at this point is to see if Tailstorm is willing to fund Mr. Hyber to come back and do a re-inspection at their cost.
Absolutely, yes. We're more than happy to accommodate Mr. Hyber at any time.
Mr. Solari, the only thing with that would be under a consent agreement, because that would be deemed as discipline.
And Madam Chair, when I look at this too, the 11 allegations to me are allegations. The ones that we have in front of us today that I hear that there's been really good corrective action put in place, and I'm not concerned for a risk here, is the record keeping. So I think what it comes down to is he said, she said, and then at the very end, Mr. Hyber's narrative, in conclusion, the record keeping on the 2 items that we have. I think that's what's before us today, in my opinion. And I don't like the idea of giving them a consent for paying for an inspection, because it's always going to be there when they passed inspections, and I think these allegations have been proven to be allegations. I'd be in favor of a non-disciplinary letter for record keeping, so there's something on record. Mr. Hyber will go back in his normal routine for an inspection, and we'll probably see follow-up. And I'm not saying follow-up in a bad way. I'm just saying we'll probably see on the permit holders follow-up.
And if I could weigh in here, as part of the recent audit that the board had for the sunset review audit, We've developed a list of what we call high-risk compounders, and that would include 503B manufacturers such as Tailstorm. And we're under orders to inspect those at a much higher frequency. So we will be inspecting them within the next year. So we will be able to conduct our follow-ups that we need.
Joe, I agree. I agree with you where you're going with this, and I think that that's a completely acceptable solution. They've made great strides to address it. The rest were just that they were allegations. I don't see that they pose a risk, but would like to have something on file to ensure that it's corrected.
That would be my motion, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Lehan. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Kevin, was that a nay? You were on mute.
Yes, it was an A.
Thank you. So the ayes carry. Thank you, Mr. Dang and team from Tailstorm. I appreciate your time and attendance today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you. Guys, we have one more conference left, and I don't think this one will take too long. Item 30E for Heather Nicole Martinez. I am recused from this one. Kristen, if you could take it, please.
Yes, I can. Okay. Is Heather Nicole Martinez available? Is she on the line? So she was notified that today we would be talking about this case.
I don't see her, Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, how would we like to proceed? We're able to proceed without her being here, or should we table it? What, have a hearing? Does anybody have any idea how they'd like to proceed?
Madam Chair, it is a conference. I think what we had was questions, but nobody here to answer them. At the conclusion of the conference, you can offer a consent agreement, but if she continues to not be here or reply to it, it further just delays the process.
Can I get a clarification? In her package, there is a subpoena. And did she ever respond to this? It's not a subpoena to appear for this conference, but there is a subpoena there. Did she ever respond to that subpoena?
Looking it up now, Mr. Solari.
And Ms. Snare, if she doesn't participate in the conference, you could table it, see if she appears later today or tomorrow, or you would, if you believe that it entails or warrants some sort of discipline, then you would refer the matter to formal hearing. If she's not participating, we can't issue anything.
Mr. Solari, if you will refer to page 5188, she provided a response sent by email on June 15th.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So we've been in contact with her. But she just isn't appearing at this conference.
Correct.
just
Her
wanna make sure-
license is in suspended status, so there's not a concern of her working at this time.
I'm thinking we do a hearing at this point. That's what my thought is, just so we can resolve the matter either way.
In the alternative, would you want us to explore the possibility of a voluntary surrender?
Yes, I would. Not hearing anybody have any discussion, or do we want to make a motion?
Can I just ask, we did issue a subpoena and you guys told me we are in contact with her, or at least she responded, but I don't see her response in the packet. Am I missing that?
Her response is on page 5191. It begins on page 5191.
Thank you, sorry.
No, no problem.
Yeah, I remember reading. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really shed any light on our situation here, and I'm tending to agree with Ms. Snare. At this point, we should probably pursue a voluntary surrender of her license, and if she doesn't do that, proceed to a hearing to revoke, unless she can provide some good explanations or come forward and give us some reason not to do that.
That's your, you want to make that official, or did you? Was that official?
So yeah. Okay, let me take a stab at it. I'll make a motion. Since she did not appear at the conference, we're gonna try to reach out to her and get voluntary surrender of her license, a consent agreement for voluntary surrender of her license. If she fails to do that, we'll proceed to hearing with the intention to revoke her license unless she can provide explanations as to what is going on.
Thank you, Mr. Solari. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Minkus, thank you. All right, and we'll have to get roll call on that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Solari,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Minkus,
Aye.
Mr. Leba,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is recused, Mr. Tong,
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ayes have it.
Thank you. Let's perhaps take a bio break for till 2:40. Let's 13 minutes. Sound good, everybody?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, let's take a brief recess. Welcome back, everybody. Looks like we have everybody except perhaps Mr. Dang. Dr. Gandhi, can you do a quick roll call?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Dang was hiding, it looks like. But Mr. Solari,
Ready, sir.
Mr. Dang,
At your service.
Mr. Minkus,
Here.
Mr. Leyva,
Here.
Mr. Leyva, okay, Ms. Lehan,
Present.
Ms. Walmsley,
Here.
Mr. Tong,
Here.
Ms. Nair,
Here.
all accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Kevin, we were just missing your smiling face, that's all. Dr. Gandhi, if you could direct me, do we want to jump to special requests? Do we have anybody on the line that we can take a special request from, or do we want to jump back over to reports?
I think we can call out special requests and see if there's anybody present to discuss it. I know Mr. Blair requested to speak to you guys today. I don't know if he's
I don't
here.
see him on the line. For members of the public that are on the Zoom, is there anybody that is here for a special request that would like to be heard today? All right, hearing none, perhaps we jump either to Jennifer's report or to Doug's report. I saw Doug's smiling face also pop on the screen there momentarily, so I'm not sure who's prepared to go next, Jennifer or Doug, whoever would like to go next. We'll take your item.
I'm happy to just provide a brief summary of my report. It's pretty quick.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're looking at the November and December 2021 compliance officer activity report, 69 total violations. And looks like the bulk of those were in controlled substance audits, training, controlled substance record keeping, sterile compounding, and then sort of an other category that contains various violations. Are there any questions?
No, thank you, Jennifer. I
Thank
don't
you.
have any. Doug, if you'd like to join us for your PMP report.
Good afternoon, board members, and thanks for having me. You know, as we ended our board meeting in December, I had talked a little bit about how we need to get terms and conditions signed by healthcare entities that are integrated with us. And I had some concerns that, you know, there was quite a few that had not reached back out to us with their signed terms and conditions. And, you know, my reason for going over that was just to make you aware in case you were hearing any concerns out there about, you know, potentially not having access to the PMP through their integrated product. It really worked out where the impact was minimal. Even though there were 62 entities that never reached back out to us, or, you know, that we were concerned about, a lot of those just weren't using the gateway, and they weren't really using an integrated product. So over the course of like December, January time period, every week there'd be a couple entities reaching out to us. We'd help them get what they needed to get completed for us, and they get access immediately after. It's like a flip of a switch for them. So I know I made you guys aware of it and wanted to keep you with a pulse on the situation, but it really was no big deal. And that's all done now. So the good news is, with the help of Miss Galvin and Mr. Hargraves, we made it now where that terms and condition lasts 3 years, and then we're not doing this year after year after year. So that's really it's a win for us, and I think a win for all our healthcare entities too. When we talk anything about integration, you know, we're always trying to get the message out that, you know, you can be integrated. And what we've seen with this legislative session, there's a bill in play saying you EHR vendors must connect to the PMP. Now that's still in play. We don't know that that's really going to get finalized the way it is, but and even if it does, that's not till 2026. But we're always trying to shout out the value of integrating with us and how it saves time. And we have an effort going on right now where before you log on to the PMP, which we call Aware, there's a banner right there that talks about integrating. And that's a little different because previously the only way you would get to that point is you'd have to log on and then you get an alert shouted at you. And this is shouting it at you before you even log in. So you may have forgot your password or any of those things, and it's still in front of you. So that's an effort that we collaborate with our vendor to make that happen. If you have no questions about integration, the next step is really talking about compliance. And I think that Dr. Gandhi already talked about some of the areas that we were asked to improve on based on the sunset review. We've been talking about those each and every meeting, and I talk about compliance. And, we've really been tasked again, really with 5 buckets of compliance. And I know I've brought them up to you, but I like to repeat them just so that everybody really gets a feel for what that looks like. And number 1, we need our data submitters, which are pharmacies, to report into the PMP every day. Number 2, there's a mandate that prescribers are registered to use the PMP. There's a mandate that pharmacists are required to use the PMP. And then there is the use of the PMP for both of those. So I try to break it down into those buckets whenever I write a report for you guys and try to help you, keep your thoughts in order with each of those different buckets. And when we talk about pharmacies reporting into the PMP, I refer to that as delinquent reporting. And there are, what we've done up to now is when we see a delinquent reporter, we've tried to have phone conversations. We've tried to, go out of our way to help them get to where they need to be. And I think we moved the needle quite a bit. We helped a total of 50 pharmacies get on track that weren't on track with their daily reporting. I think though that now moving forward, we took care of the low hanging fruit. Those that want our help, they've already addressed it and they're on track. So we may see it just a little bit more complaints because if we've already contacted them in the past, that we've went above and beyond what we really needed to do. And at that point, we would move to a complaint right from the start. And I think it helps us track. And when I say help us track, sometimes what's happened is we've identified that the pharmacy really did nothing wrong because it closed, but they didn't let the board of pharmacy know they closed. So because they never let the board of pharmacy know, now we have a whole different dilemma going on, right? We got failure to notify the board that they were closing and get within 10 days. So we kind of need a paper trail to pass back and forth within the investigators to connect the dots on how we figured out that this pharmacy never let us know that they closed. So I'll just stop there on that section, see if you have any questions about that at all. So then if you don't, then we go into, there's the mandatory registration. I gave you a little breakdown of, we identify 11,000 providers that write prescriptions that weren't registered with the PMP. I gave you a little breakdown of it of, 53% of those were from the medical board, 13 from the dental board, 16% from nursing board. And I could go on and on, but you got that information. And so we sent that list out to those boards, and it was a learning for us because we didn't really tell the medical board how to communicate it with with their license holders. And they ended up putting one of my team members' name, email, and phone number for 5,000 people to call to get help getting registered. So poor Sam, who works for me, has been a saint, and she's making it happen. But it was a learning for us. Like, hey, rather than just sending the names, maybe we can help draft together and collaborate with them, and then put out communication that works for both. Because ultimately, it's their license holders, but it's us that they're pointing the finger back to say get registered. So we're learning, and from that we're kind of taking the guts of what the medical board sent out. We are modifying it to our own liking, and then we're going to have a meeting with the medical board to say, hey, moving forward, could we do it a little bit like this and make things a little bit better on all of us? So that's registration with the PMP. Obviously, a lot of names. And then when you talk about the use of the PMP, I've brought up that we set a threshold for the most non-compliant, and that threshold I brought up is 300 or more opioids or benzodiazepine prescriptions over 90 days and 0 queries of the PMP. You have to meet all that criteria to hit the non-compliant list right now. So we started sending those out, and I gave you a little breakdown, and I promised the other licensing boards that I wasn't going to bombard them. So our commitment is that, until we work through all those providers that hit that threshold, we're going to get 10 of those out a month. And we do some additional analysis besides that, which the task force asked me to do during our task force meetings. And it gives an overall picture of a provider's commitment to controlled substance prescribing in a safe manner. So then finally we get to pharmacists need to be registered with the PMP also. So you'll notice I'm only bringing out 4 buckets. The 5th bucket, I still have work to do. We've moved the needle a lot in the last 6 months, but there's still more work to go. But with the pharmacist registration, we really didn't identify very many that needed how do I want to say this? Not Dr. Bozen during his talk with the Sunset Review said, hey, I'm a pharmacist. I don't need to use the PMP, but I'm a pharmacist. So I'm kind of dinged here, or, it's dinging the overall totals. Well, there's a lot of pharmacists that fit that category. His comment is accurate. And when you think of hospital pharmacists, inpatient hospital pharmacists, they're not required to check the PMP either. So what we do is we try to weed those out with my analytics team so that we're really only focused on the people that really, the pharmacists that need to use the PMP. And we do the best we can with that. And out of that, we identified that there were 31 pharmacists that really needed to be registered and weren't. And out of those 31, we helped 26 of them get registered. The other 5, they told me they're retired. Their license is still in good standing, so they're going to hit my report, but they're telling me, hey, I'm retired, and we don't close their license immediately, nor should we, but they're going to populate the report. And, that's why we do our best to make some phone calls up front and try to get to the bottom of it before we just throw names in front of you.
Doug, one question on that, just to make it easier for your team so that you're not spending so much time to try and track that information down. Should we be doing something different on licensing, whether it's the renewal process or the registration process? Should we be collecting different information differently? So if somebody's not working in a practice where they're dispensing controlled substances, to your point, they don't need to register, but is there a way that we can flag those licenses, at least for our permit holders, differently so that way your team doesn't have to chase it?
I think that's a great suggestion. And Dr. Gandhi and I have been talking about that. And we're, I I guess I don't know if I'm spilling the beans here, but there's discussion of a new vendor for the board side of the office. Right now that's referred to as iGov, and we're talking to another vendor also. And we're trying to make that list of what would we want to capture that we don't capture today. And your suggestion's an awesome one. And I do think that there's things we could do from that aspect that would, give us a truer number of what percentage are registered and need to be registered. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, absolute great suggestion, and we're in conversation, and we're trying to figure out what exactly that is that we would ask for and capture.
Terrific. It's what's great to hear that we have a pretty high rate of compliance. I mean, how many licensed pharmacists do we have in Arizona? That's a pretty low percentage that we have issues with. So that's great to see.
We're doing pretty, again, if I just took the true number, it wouldn't look like that. And that's exactly what Mark Rosen had said, right? Like, hey, I'm not worried about that number because not every pharmacist really needs to be registered because they're in a MTM role or they're in a role in the hospital. So the number is, it's not a true number. And maybe by capturing a little bit more information, we could get that number to be a little truer.
Thanks, Doug.
And then finally, where we're still working on is trying to put our process in place around pharmacist usage of the PMP. And that's a beast. It's a beast because you never know what pharmacist is on duty. A pharmacist registers using the DEA number of a pharmacy, and you can't see, like, a floating pharmacist may not be registered to that store. So you don't see their queries of the PMP, even though they're the ones looking, because they're not registered under that store's DEA number. So that's just one little piece of the beast. And then, you got, mail order pharmacies where everybody has a different role. Excuse me. And that role may lead to the person that is supposed to do the PMP check and workflow is in Florida. Sorry. But I think you guys get the drift, and we're going to keep working on that. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
Board members, any additional questions for Doug?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Doug. Great information today.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Let's go back to special requests. I think we might have somebody on the line. Do we have anybody present for the special request for today? Dr. Grande, I think you said Mr. Blair might be available for his item.
Yeah, it looks like Mr. Blair maybe just logged on. It's under Michael's iPhone. That may be him. I'm going to request that he unmute.
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Mike Blair
Mike.
here. Hi, good to be with all of you again. So,
Board members, item 34C in your book is Mr. Blair's item of discussion, just to point you to the right paperwork here. Thanks, Mike.
sure. Yeah, so these were basically two resolutions that that I'd come up with for submission to NABP for their annual meeting this year. The first one has to do with NABP working with the boards of pharmacy to establish some type of adverse event reporting system for compounded preparations. The second one has to do with the ability of 503B outsourcing facilities to transfer medications to 503A facilities for dispensing if they're under common ownership. So I'll leave it up for, I guess, questions or see what you guys think. Or I don't know, Dr. Gandhi, if you would like to give any color on that.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Mr. Blair, the FDA kind of addressed the 503B with common ownership to 503A? Any
Well,
guidance or something?
there was a communication between the FDA and the Ohio Board of Pharmacy that indicated that FDA was okay with this practice, but there are several states that have put language on their books that say that this is not permitted. I know that we in Arizona, while we don't have anything in writing, there have been differing opinions on whether a 503 product can be resold or dispensed. I mean, and the reason why I kind of address under common ownership, because that would not be considered a wholesale transaction. But again, I just think that it's important that there be some clarity. I know, I mean, product that's made by a 503B facility is manufactured under CGMP, so technically it is a safer product. So it would seem to be in the best interest of public safety to promote the usage of 503B product where possible. And yet, if you look at states like New Mexico or Nevada, South Carolina, they have specific language prohibiting this. And I know, Cam, you and I have had discussions about this in the past, and I think the opinion originally was that this was, that you could not dispense a 503B product. And I don't know what the current thinking is, but I think that some clarity is necessary, and perhaps through NABP, through language in the Model Act, might be a good place to start.
Hey, Mike, and I'm sorry, Madam Chair, if I may.
No, go ahead.
Hey, Mike, these products for veterinary products made out of 503B obviously is compliant with CGMP standards.
This is all 503B. This is not specifically for veterinary. This would be for any 503B product. So, and by definition, a product made by a 503B is CGMP, whether it's going to be used in a human or an animal. If it's coming from a 503B, it's made to CGMP standards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. Cam or Mike, this isn't in violation of anything federal at this point, is it? Or you said that there was guidance issued by the FDA, and this is really just working to clarify and come up with model language?
So here's the issue, Lori, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. In the actual language of the Drug Quality and Security Act, there is a line that says that a 503B preparation cannot be wholesaled, but that it has to be delivered to the end user. And I think the issue there was I think FDA was trying to prevent a secondary line of distribution where you would have a clinic that would order 503B preparations and then further distribute them to other clinics. I don't think that they were, looking at a 503B selling to a pharmacy that would then dispense. So, I think that's where the original, I don't want to say confusion, but I think that's where the original interpretation comes. I think FDA has kind of, hopefully they at some point will issue to address this. But as I say, and I have not been able to get a copy of the letter that was sent to the Ohio Board of Pharmacy, but it was right around the time of our district meeting back at the end of August that Ohio published some guidance for their inspectors and referenced this letter that said that it was okay for 503B product to be dispensed by a practitioner or to order product for dispensing.
Thanks,
Chair,
Mike.
if I may.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, when you say end user, are you talking about end user for prescribers for administration at the office?
So again, I mean, that is one of the complicating factors. Who is the end user? If it is the prescriber, if the prescriber is the end user, well, is dispensing part of that function as well as administration. So that, I mean, that's one of the confounding issues, I think. But and again, I don't have the language directly in front of me, so I may be misquoting it, but yeah. So I apologize for that, but I mean, ultimately, I think that, you know, it is in the public interest to promote the dispensing of some 503Bs can elect to register as pharmacies in most states. But this becomes, you know, voluminous paperwork for them. It's a whole new set of licenses and so on. And especially if they're under common ownership, where it would not necessarily be a wholesale transaction, it would just be an intercompany transfer. I think that this might be a way to at least start to address the issue, and you know, in lieu of pending FDA guidance to that effect.
I just want to make sure that there's no conflicts, that this wouldn't be considered manufacturing. That's my only concern, and that there isn't necessarily any federal prohibition with it. I'm certainly not 100% the expert in this space. Board members, I guess. No, go ahead.
And again, Madam Chair, keep in mind that 503B facilities in Arizona are registered as manufacturers. Okay, so that was actually the purpose of 503Bs, was to kind of manufacture those or compound to manufacturing standards, those items that were not deemed profitable enough to actually bring through the whole NDA process and so on.
That's an excellent point.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
I just wanted to go over, so you are wanting to create an adverse event reporting definition and a process.
Okay, so this is the second resolution, and this is actually something that the Alliance for Pharmacy Compounding has. We've had a couple of discussions with FDA already, and it is something that they would be in favor of. And I'll give you an example. So I'm right now. I've been trying to amass some data to respond to the revised chapters of USP 795 and 797. And I was trying to do an analysis of
Mike, we're losing you.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm gonna probably, I'm on Wi-Fi and I'm probably come off of Wi-Fi.
Just go to settings in your Wi-Fi.
All right, hang on.
Just go directly to the right.
Stop it.
The Wi-Fi is there. Yeah, you have Wi-Fi.
Okay, let's see. Am I gonna?
It shouldn't matter though. You're not touching the car.
Where did I go now? Did I lose them?
We're here.
No, we're here. We
Are
just
you
can't
still
hear
there?
you very well. Yeah, we're here. We just can't hear you very well,
Okay.
Mike.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm actually driving. No, stop it. I'm sorry. I'm in the car with my wife here. Sorry, everybody. I've been trying to see what really.
Mike, we can't hear you at all. You're just garbled.
Oh man. Just
No, Mike, we're still losing you there.
No, I'm not.
But they put up to your ear, then that's what they change.
How about now?
No,
that-
not.
Can you hear me
no.
now?
A little better.
All right, hang on.
I can hear them.
So board members, while we're waiting for Mr. Blair, just to make everybody familiar, because I don't think everybody's attended an annual meeting. So the resolution would be something, if we decide to move it forward today, that our board would present at the annual meeting as a potential action item for NABP to consider, at which point it would be voted upon by, it would go to the resolutions committee, for which there is a member from each district at the resolutions committee, and they would provide a recommendation to all the boards on how to potentially react on that, but each board would have the opportunity to vote. So that's what that process looks like. I'm just looking at the NABP bylaws online, and it looks like for a resolution to be considered, it has to be submitted 30 days prior to the annual meeting. Dr. Gandhi, if I'm reading that correctly. So we have a little bit of time, given that Mr. Blair, his audio keeps going out, and I think maybe perhaps a little bit of research might be warranted, particularly on the second resolution. We might be able to take action on the first today. But Dr. Gandhi, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe under section 6 of the NABP bylaws, we can submit it up to 30 days before the annual meeting. So we'll have a chance to meet before that again.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit better, Mike.
A little better? Okay.
It's on and off, Mike.
Correct, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
On and
no,
off.
it's still no
I'm-
good, Mike.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry. All right, we'll have our action to feel, and I will be happy to further questions.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you bringing it forward. Dr. Gandhi, any additional thoughts here?
I think, Madam Chair, as compounding becomes more relevant in our everyday lives, the first one definitely makes sense. And I do echo your thoughts as far as researching the second. I can reach out to Ohio, see what they have from the FDA, and reach out to the FDA myself and see what their position is. And that gives us time for April meeting to then revisit it and get it on for the May NABP national meeting.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Mr. Gandhi, by acting on the first one, because I tend to agree too, it does make sense to me. However, what the timing may not, because if the MOU is delayed, we may not know everything that's going to be in it, and some of this may not be relevant. And I'm a little outside of my expertise here, so I would defer to the experts on that.
Let me pull that up, Mr. Leyva.
The resolution is asking for a task force or stakeholder meeting to convene regarding the adverse effects, the reporting system for adverse events.
Yeah, I want to hear more about that one personally.
Madam Chair, do you follow my line of thought there with the time? I'm actually in favor of this one, but on the timing of it.
Mr. Leyva?
Yes.
If I may, and if you can hear me.
Yeah,
remember,
you're better.
The MOU is only going to address interstate compounding, whereas this system would take into account both state and interstate. So that would be a difference to consider.
I'm sorry, say it one more time for me, Mr. Blair.
So the MOU will only address compounds that are being shipped interstate.
Okay.
So compounders that are only doing business within the state will not be reporting into NABP's central system for the MOU.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Cam, do you know what work NABP's already done on the error reporting system? I know that they were working on that. And then I think they perhaps paused implementation when the MOU got delayed. Since we don't know what all that's going to look like. Again, just to Joe's point, timing wise, I don't know if this 100% makes sense, but fundamentally, I'm supportive of this in concept.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I mean, the MOU being put on hold, put the whole NABP process on hold. I think they're ready to go. They probably will need to make modifications based on what the final outcome is. You're right. So I don't know how to advise you at this point, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, we do have time and we can definitely see what transpires. I can forward these over to NABP, and the second request, I can see what I can find out from Ohio. And we can bring it back to you guys.
I'd be in favor of that.
So we still have, obviously we still have time.
We still have time.
The other thing that we could do in the meantime too is run it by the other District 8 states and see what their thoughts are on it as well, since our District 8 representative would be the one that would have to address this during the resolutions committee as well, which I believe was Carrie from Utah. So I'm hearing that we are generally supportive of both of these in concept. Everyone correct me if I'm wrong, but we'd like Dr. Gandhi to do a little bit of legwork between now and the April meeting and bring it back to us for final decision. And perhaps we can have Mr. Blair available then as well in case we have questions or would like to make modifications or have modifications to suggest, and then take an action on that, giving us still time to submit that in time for the annual meeting. That
Yes.
sound acceptable to everybody? So table it with a little bit of homework for the next meeting.
Just to me.
But it looks positive, Madam Chair. So
I agree.
Sounds
you-
good. Thank you. Thank
do
you,
you-
everyone.
Cam, do you need a motion for this? Or is
no,
that
I think
enough direction?
I think I have a consensus and feeling of what your direction is. So no, not a problem.
Mike, thanks for being on and thanks for presenting these to the board. Just wanted to make sure we had the opportunity to discuss this as a group, and thanks for continuing to be involved.
Thank you. I
Mike,
appreciate the opportunity.
Appreciate
Mike,
you.
if
Thanks,
it's
Mike.
if it's approved, I would hope that you're at the NABP to present these.
Me or Mike?
Mike.
I'm planning on it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody else available for special requests under tab 34? Dr. Gandhi or Jennifer, is there anybody else on the line?
I don't see anybody, Madam Chair. I know you see several names here. I do want to introduce, and I'll probably kill his last name, Ben Castaneda, as our new compliance officer that's in the field. I don't think you've had a chance to meet him yet, so throw that out there.
We
We have
haven't.
We have a new compliance officer starting Monday, also Chirag Patel. So we're still gaining steam, and hopefully those additions will help us catch up a little bit.
Welcome, Ben. Anything else, Dr. Gandhi?
I think we've done fairly well. You've done a great job today, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything else we can cover today? I was thinking about going back to elections for today, but is there anything else we can do today, or is everything else queued up for tomorrow?
I think it's all queued up for tomorrow. Jennifer, can you just chime in and confirm?
Absolutely, yeah. We're all caught up until tomorrow, with the exception of elections.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and go back to that. So this is the time of the year that we elect new officers. And first of all, I would like to thank the board members for electing me as president last year. I appreciate your confidence in me leading the board. It has been an absolute pleasure, and I think we've gotten a lot of things accomplished. We still have a lot of work to do, but I really appreciate everybody's confidence in me leading the board in the year.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Gandhi, go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna say, I would like to nominate, I think you've done a phenomenal job and I really appreciate it. And I hope they finish this off and put you on for another 5 years. However, I would love for Mo to take it, but I know Mo's leaving the board and I would like to nominate Joe Leva for president.
Thank you, Ruben. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any other nominations?
Madam Chair, I know that Joe did a great job leading us 2 years in a row, and you too have done a phenomenal job. So I would nominate that you would continue on as a chair of this board.
Thank you, Mr. Dang. I appreciate that confidence.
This is Cedar.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, and I support your, the recommendation for Joe as chair, but I'd also like to nominate you, Lori, as the vice chair.
Second.
Thank you. So perhaps that's a good resolution to Mr. Dang's motion. I appreciate that confidence, Mr. Dang.
Oh, Madam Chair, the question is, Joe, do you accept the nomination?
Absolutely, thank you.
Madam Chair, you have a decision to make. Which nomination would you like to accept?
I would be happy to serve as vice chair.
So be it. Do you mind if I take roll call?
Yes, sir, unless there's any additional nominations or comments or discussion from the group.
Cam, are you taking one position at a time?
I am. Chief.
Thank you.
All right, for roll call for president, Mr. Solari.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Minkus.
Aye.
Mr. Leva.
Aye.
Ms. Lahan.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Mr. Tong.
Aye.
And Ms. Nair.
Aye.
And for vice chair, Mr. Solari.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Minkus.
Aye.
Mr. Leva.
Aye.
Ms. Lahan.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Mr. Tong.
Aye.
And Ms. Nair.
Aye.
All right, congratulations, guys.
I would be remiss before we go on to Dr. Gandhi. Kristen, thank you so much for serving as vice chair for the last year and look forward to tomorrow with you leading us as vice chair. You've been an instrumental role in our success this year. So thank you so much for serving as an officer and for taking a lot of extra time for the meetings and things like that. You've been a pleasure to work with in that capacity. So thank you very much for being my number 2 this year.
Thank you. Feelings mutual.
Great
Thank
job.
you both.
To both of you.
Dr. Gandhi, anything additional for today, or shall we go to call to the public?
I think it's time, Madam Chair. I think Roger's sitting on a wing right there, maybe wanting to say something.
Welcome, Roger. It's good to see your face.
The same. It's been an interesting meeting. I had comment on one matter in particular. It's item 35A4, which was the pharmacy technicians working in the doctor's offices. I think you had a good discussion. I would like to suggest that the board reopen this and have more discussion at the next meeting. I think perhaps we went a little quickly with this. I think the concept of the pharmacy board having jurisdiction over compounding is phenomenal, and I'd like the pharmacy board to have jurisdiction over that in doctors' offices, but that's a statutory change. And so the issue is right now, doctors have the ability to control compounding in their office, and legally they can use anyone they want to compound. They can use a janitor, a medical assistant, a nurse. They can use anyone they want. But I think what the board just said is the only people they can't use are someone who may actually have some minor level of competence in this, who are people who have been trained as technicians. So we're going to be telling doctors they should use other people in their office, their medical assistants and the others. Again, the broader issue of you guys getting jurisdiction over doctors' offices for compounding, I wholeheartedly agree with. But the concept of saying one of the only 2 people who have any kind of training in this, being pharmacists or technicians, going away from it is a dangerous issue to me, because I think it actually creates more patient harm. The other piece is there's a lot of other settings where people who are pharmacy technicians are acting and they aren't using their pharmacy technician role. And I'm just not clear where the board came down from its communications. And again, since this wasn't a detailed conversation, it was just the board discussing among themselves, I'm concerned. But we do have technicians working in drug manufacturers, in drug wholesalers, in hospitals, in non-pharmacy and non-pharmacist supervised settings. And I'm concerned that we've now said that these people who have pharmacy technician licenses aren't allowed to do these things. I'm not sure what they have to do, or do they have to turn in their pharmacy technician licensing? So I think we would be better off to have a much more wholesome discussion about this, because I really don't want to create a situation where all of a sudden, because these doctors are going to keep compounding, and I don't want them doing it with less trained people. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Any additional items you wanted to discuss?
I'll throw one other item up just for 2 seconds. The Arkansas board yesterday spent 2.5 hours talking about compounding in the 503A and the 503B. And they also spent a bunch of time talking about the letter from FDA to Ohio. And they are trying to get a copy of it as well. Apparently, this is a very elusive letter that lots of people have heard about, but no one has actually seen. And they were concerned about, is this a letter from FDA DC, or was this FDA local region? And what does it actually say in the nuances? So perhaps you guys can join forces with Arkansas at least, but to look at that and some of these issues. That's all I have.
Thank you, Roger. Crystal, do you want to open the main line for public comment as well? Unless there's anybody else on the Zoom right now that would like to present a comment.
I can open it. There's a 20-second delay.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Chair, there's been a couple of meetings where we didn't have Roger as public comment. It just didn't feel the same.
Yes, it doesn't seem like a meeting without a Roger public comment. Always good to have his perspective.
Doesn't look like we have anyone.
Thank you, Crystal. All right, last call for public comment for anybody on the line. All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and recess for the day, and I will see everybody back tomorrow bright and early at 8:30. Appreciate everybody's attention today. We got through a lot of stuff today, so hopefully tomorrow will go smoothly.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye, guys.
Madam Chair. Bye.